guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12,
Don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
Just
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
As now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
as now,
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
SMS now.
15
Identity
seconds.
shield
Guidance
agent
is
on.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this
10,
president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
SMS now.
15
Identity
seconds.
shield
Guidance
agent
is
on.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3,
This is
2,
one victory
1.
feels like.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
SMS now.
15
Identity
seconds.
shield
Guidance
agent
is
on.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president, son.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5.
And we're back. We are live. The only X Tech live stream currently live in America.
My fellow scrollers, welcome.
My fellow scrollers, yeah. Oh, do you notice anything different?
What could it be?
What could it be?
Well,
I
maybe
wonder.
that you have a new drip item.
New drip acquired.
Something has been added to inventory.
Oh, and today is Monday, August 17th, 2026,
By the way,
by
yeah.
the way. Do you know who
Um,
else likes to wear leather jackets?
A little someone named Jensen Huang.
Well, someone named Jensen Huang, who is
He runs a
currently
small company.
a small company
It's
called Nvidia.
a small Taiwanese-owned business.
Is it Taiwanese owned? I guess if
He's
he's
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese, yeah.
Um,
But Jensen today announced that Nvidia is going to be investing a huge amount of money in data center projects. Land, power, and shell, the next critical resource for AI factories. What is shell?
what?
Hmm?
Yeah, what is Shell?
Let's ask.
Surely it's not the oil and
Claude.
gas company.
There's probably some industry term that we just don't know about.
Yeah.
AI factories are the defining infrastructure. Oh, I see. Okay, shell refers to the physical building structure of a data center.
Oh, okay.
So the walls,
Terms you
roof,
need to know.
foundation, and basic structural envelope that houses the computing equipment. So a shell building is a facility that's been built and connected to utilities, but hasn't yet been fitted out with the interior equipment, which are racks, servers, cooling systems, and so on.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So,
So
land, power, and
Nvidia
Shell.
provides the racks and servers, not the cooling systems, and the networking equipment, or they design it rather. And they don't have the land and power and shell. That comes from other people.
Right.
So today we are partnering with SB Energy to secure LPS, land, power, and shell capacity at the exceptional Ports Pike Technology Campus in Portsmouth, Ohio to host NVIDIA Compute. OpenAI will be the tenant. So SB
Wow.
Energy is a subsidiary of SoftBank, which is this giant Japanese technology conglomerate and investment company, which is a major investor in OpenAI. NVIDIA is also a large investor in OpenAI. OpenAI, in turn, is a major customer of NVIDIA. Interesting how that works. Many people have criticized this as like circular financing. So Portsmouth, Ohio is, wow, this is like way out in rural Appalachia type Ohio, on the border with Kentucky, pretty close to West Virginia. This is
Yeah.
where the eschaton will be immanentized.
Wait, go in there. I want to see what it looks like.
Oh, like in Street View?
Yeah.
It's going to be like a normal, rural town.
Oh, beautiful.
This is what real America looks like, by the way.
Would love to assemble the machine god here.
You wouldn't know this, San Francisco people. This is what real America's like. And then, a more residential area in the corner around here.
Yeah, so SB Energy has, according to their website, 3 data centers in construction.
It's pretty nice, actually.
They also have one in Milam County, Texas, apparently.
Milam County, Texas?
Or they're developing one. It's a 1.2 gigawatt project.
Oh, I know where this is. So LPS, the next strategic resource. The world's largest cloud service providers and investment-grade enterprises have the infrastructure to secure LPS independently. But frontier labs are different. They have extraordinary demand for compute, but many are growing faster than their balance sheets and long-term credit profiles can support. They may have strong customer demand and rapidly growing revenue, yet still lack the decades-long infrastructure contracts and investment-grade financing capacity needed to secure the AI factory infrastructure independently. But who does have this capacity, to a large extent? Nvidia.
Yep.
So Nvidia will be helping out OpenAI. OpenAI will build and operate a world-class AI factory at Ports Pike. The AI factory will use Nvidia's full-stack DSX AI factory platform, including GPUs, CPUs, networking, and infrastructure software.
AI factory is an interesting way to refer to it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
The initial deployment is expected to provide 4.25 gigawatts of AI factory capacity. Remember, largest currently operational.
Is this a rebrand of data centers? AI factory?
I think it's kind of cool.
Okay. Is this supposed to make it feel like, oh, cool, we're building an AI factory. There's going to be lots of employment as a result of it. Everyone rejoices.
It's kind of in-group signaling. I don't know what it's going to do for the anti-data center people.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to
probably not move the needle at all.
Probably will not.
Each generation of NVIDIA AI factory systems deployed at Ports Pike could represent approximately 1.5 million NVIDIA GPUs, or approximately 150 to 200 billion in NVIDIA revenue. Okay.
Yeah. So 4.25 gigawatts is like 4 times larger than the largest currently operational data centers in the world. Or sorry, the largest AI factories in the world. This is the essential economic point. Are we for real right now?
All right, pull out the pangram. It's just...
Don't make me do this, Jensen.
Jensen, I trusted you. Does Pangram have any functionality where it tells you what model was used to generate it, if any?
I don't think so.
Or is it just
okay.
59 for... Do you think he used Nemotron?
Probably not.
Yeah, no.
Imagine using Nemotron for writing.
Getting Nemotron to do all my homework for me. To do my art history essay in college.
Yeah, so this is an AI segment, high confidence AI segment.
All right, you know what? It's fine.
The LPS commitment secures a
I don't think he cares at all.
Probably not. Long-lived AI factory site while the NVIDIA compute inside can be upgraded repeatedly. Each new generation can deliver greater production, more intelligence, and better econ. So OpenAI and NVIDIA are going to be working together on this. That's interesting. OpenAI's existing and planned commitments represent approximately 12 gigawatts of NVIDIA compute, with an opportunity to expand to approximately 16 gigawatts, which is about $600 billion of NVIDIA compute through 2030. That's a lot of money.
Questions.
So basically, OpenAI is building this data center in Southern Ohio called Ports Pike. NVIDIA will be guaranteeing it because OpenAI, as a relatively new company, doesn't have the necessary financial infrastructure in order to be able to make these large financing deals. So NVIDIA is guaranteeing it. Why is NVIDIA guaranteeing it? Because it's a major customer opportunity for NVIDIA, because OpenAI will be spending tons of money on NVIDIA data centers in order to build this thing.
Yeah. And this is a 20-year term and approximately 4 gigawatts.
Parmita says he's a great writer. Yeah, he and Claude.
Is that ironic?
I don't know. It could be.
All right. I love how he puts the question, is this circular financing? No.
My "is this circular financing" shirt is raising a lot of questions that were answered by,
No, OpenAI will pay the lease. NVIDIA uses its scale and long-term visibility to secure Ports Pike to host NVIDIA compute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. What happens to Ports Pike if OpenAI does not use the site in the future? It's versatile, fungible. NVIDIA compute is versatile, fungible, and broadly adopted. It can be
TLDR, they'll
sold.
give it to another tenant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
TLDR, they don't gaff.
They don't gaff. Yeah.
Yeah.
If OpenAI died tomorrow, would Nvidia be fine? I think it would probably hurt them a good amount, but ultimately they would be fine. There's always other frontier labs.
Yeah, they could start selling to Chinese frontier labs.
Yep.
It's for the American AI stack, bro.
Let's see.
All right. What else do we have? A press release?
I think it's mostly the same stuff. We can
Probably.
take a quick look at it. Nvidia guarantees
Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan
SB
served
Energy's-
as financial advisors for SB Energy.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
Campus to bring new jobs and benefits to Ohio. Yeah, they're talking about this. Reindustrializing the decommissioned Portsmouth gaseous diffusion plant and the surrounding area, bringing a new generation of jobs to Appalachian, Ohio. You know who's from Appalachian, Ohio?
No.
The vice president.
Oh, okay.
In support of the surrounding Ohio community, they will build a ton of new energy generation, invest a ton in regional grid infrastructure. So these guys in like rural Appalachia are just going to have like the absolute best like electricity grid connectivity of like anyone in the country.
Yeah.
And then let's see if the Wall Street Journal has anything to add on this story. Yep, NVIDIA will backstop a portion of the value of the completed data center. In return for its commitment, NVIDIA will be the exclusive chip provider for the first half of the site and take an equity stake in SB Energy. So SB Energy is going to be actually building it. OpenAI will be the tenant that will be paying for it, and NVIDIA will be the provider of chips and financing guarantees.
Yep. And this is located on a former uranium enrichment site owned by the U.S. Department of Energy.
That's so cool, actually.
This is actually, I feel like we've seen this a few times now. Like decommissioned nuclear sites and stuff.
This is like Rune's tweet about cyberpunk. Just like the old infrastructure of like the Rust Belt of like Cold War industrial America is just roaring back to life to support the singularity.
Yeah, so true, so true.
It's really amazing. And new infrastructure is being built. You know, we have lots of old infrastructure in the Rust Belt. We have lots of new infrastructure in Texas. Pretty great.
Yeah, the data center campus will rely on the construction of a 9.2 gigawatt natural gas plant, which is owned by the U.S. government and financed by Japan under a recent trade deal.
Yep.
Okay.
So
we also have comments if you want to look at those, but yeah, you'll just get rage baited.
Okay, I'm gonna get rage baited. Let's see what the comments say.
You can read 3 comments max. I'm setting
Most
that
liked.
limit.
Owned by the U.S. government, financed by Japan. Under the most important and consequential piece of info of the entire
Is it?
article.
Is it the most consequential?
No, I don't think so. Okay. So, one of my most
LOL. Wait, this is a funny comment by John Pound.
Pound.
Who knew?
John Pork is calling.
Who knew Trump was such a socialist at heart? Does this mean Japan's funding is backstopped by the U.S. taxpayer?
What is he talking about?
I don't know what he means by the second sentence.
You know, the federal government owns a lot of stuff, right? They're like, if you know, I used to ski at this like ski resort called Mount Snow in Vermont that was in a national forest that's owned by the federal government, but the resort wasn't. Ohio is sitting on a sea of natural gas. Let's use it. These comments are nowhere near as bad as the New York Times ones.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. Ohio is sitting on a sea of... Wait, why are these people kind of like... They're kind of like, yes, build. Ohio is sitting on a sea of natural gas. Let's use it. Nice to see an old brownfield site rehab. To me, it seems like a lot of brownfield sites in cities like Cleveland, which would be great places for new data centers. Okay. Interesting. Data center YIMBYs are to be found in the Wall Street Journal comment section.
Cool. There are very few jobs associated with data centers. All they do is drive up electricity costs for local residents. Okay, Mr. Charlie Amter, did you see the part in the article where they talk about building out enormous amounts of new grid capacity in order to support the data center? How will this drive up costs? What a mistake Ohio made. Okay.
This actually feels like a much healthier discourse than.
This is all going to go terribly wrong when it all collapses. The worst part is, if the people making these deals could stop and think rationally and above a ninth grade level, they would realize this. However, it's amazing to watch CEOs of all types of companies get sucked up into this collective groupthink about AI, where superintelligence is the answer/justification for all this spending, and people love chatbots, sentiments which are shared by nobody in the real world, but we are the ones who will screwed in the crash.
And then Thomas Shrimp.
Thank you, Thomas Shimp.
Thomas.
Shrimp.
Oh, no, and it's not Thomas
Thomas
Shrimp. It's Shrimp.
This is an ultra rare, spotted in the wild, level 0 AGI pilled person. Not level 1.
I don't think it's actually ultra rare.
Okay, it's probably not
At all.
ultra rare in the New York Times and Wall Street Journal. What happens to these data centers when the consumers, mostly enterprises, move to self-hosted open source and open weight models? Okay, bro. Son. That's not happening. A, that's not happening.
Eventually,
B, if that
maybe
did
it'll
happen, who's going to train the open weight models? Where are you going to train the open weight models? Like,
Obviously on my laptop.
yeah.
Obviously, I'm going to be training the open weight model on my laptop.
We need more of these to win the AI race against China. You should let the tech companies know that you would like one built near your house.
That's kind of funny by Janice.
Literal NIMBYism.
Snarky.
Literal not in my backyard. Kind of like
They're
the
like,
people
oh
near
yeah,
Love
you're
Canal,
pro
if you know.
AI. Why
How
don't
are
you?
these-
Why didn't you sign a deal to have a data center built right in your backyard? Huh? If
These
you're
people are
pro
so
AI.
dumb.
It's kind of funny.
Kind of like the people that. Do they really think the data centers are like 3 Mile Island? Is it literally just like industrial equals scary and bad?
Wait, I actually really
Say
quite like
goodbye
this
to the
comment section.
groundwater in the surrounding aquifers. Dude, when you build a new data center, you might not know this, but the data center actually has like tentacles that go into the ground and just like suck out all of the water from the surrounding aquifers.
It's a really big straw. It's like a Slurpee straw.
San Francisco coffee time. I have an old man's question. It is the It Girl from the 60s, Jane Fonda, who demonstrated against the Vietnam-Nam War. Hannio Jane, who made the anti... What is this guy talking about?
You know what we do need though, Loki?
ChatGPT transcript. What is this?
Okay, I do think like the funniest troll you can do in this comment section is be super anti-data center, but with an entire AI generated argument. But anyways, I actually think like this is pretty representative discourse. There's people literally on every possible side
Yep.
of like the AI discourse like commenting here. It's pretty funny to see. It's pretty good. I think it's healthy discourse.
Yep.
I think we need like a documentary or something about how data centers are actually built to go on like Netflix or something. Or like a series, like a TV series, I don't know, something that can sort of like
How it's made, but data centers.
how it's made.
That
Data
would be really
centers.
good.
Yeah, and
Who's
then that
building
would,
this?
I don't know. Maybe we need to do it, or Jasmine Sun or someone. But yeah, I think that would like really clear up a lot of questions and concerns that people have.
All right.
Next,
We have another article. AI is driving up treasury yields. It just touches everything. An age-old economics tenet posits that excessive government borrowing leaves little rooms for companies to tap financial markets and drives their interest rates to punishing levels. It's called the crowding out theory. Now, as the so-called hyperscalers embark on a borrowing binge for AI that's hitting the market with a record flood of bonds, hoovering up hundreds of billions of dollars, some are wondering if the opposite is starting to happen. So this is super interesting. Interest rates are going up or treasury yields are going up over time, thanks to AI spending. So why is this? Taxing the market's ability to absorb so much debt? Whoever's issuing, be it a government or a hyperscaler or a non-hyperscaler credit, is now competing with more borrowers, and therefore yields have to be higher. Wow.
okay.
So I guess it's just like there's so much demand for financing that interest rates have to go up. Yeah. Or is this true? Investors have sold US treasuries to buy higher yielding debt from profitable companies like Alphabet.
That actually sounds kind of probably correct.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. So bond funds, for example, are holding fewer treasuries, which are lower interest rate, but
Safer.
safer, to corporate bonds, which are less safe but higher interest rate.
Yeah.
And I think
I don't think even like corporate bond. How unsafe is like a corporate bond, like an Alphabet corporate bond?
probably not that unsafe.
not
Like, unless
not
you expect
unsafe at all.
Google to go out of business.
Exactly. So it just feels like buying any debt from big tech is like not really that unsafe.
To avoid pushing up longer-term rates even more, Besant has relied heavily on sales of short-term debt to finance the deficit instead. That has allowed him to keep the size of 10-year and 30-year bond sales steady. Man, I need so much more time to be able to read about econ and stuff.
Well,
AI has been the biggest story in markets for the last couple of years, he said. It just touches everything. It's going to touch a lot more than just markets.
whoa.
No. Metaphorically.
Yeah. All right.
So what Bloomberg strategists say, hyperscaler debt is far smaller than Treasury issuance in terms of face value, but its heavier concentration in long maturities makes it much richer in duration per dollar. That supply burden piles additional upward pressure on long end yields. Yeah, so hyperscalers are issuing lots of debt. People want to buy their bonds because the yields are pretty high, which is forcing Treasury yields to go up to compete, is what this looks like.
Yep. Pretty fascinating.
That is pretty fascinating. This is kind of like this less strong post from like a really long time ago that made the argument that like transformative AI would like push up real interest rates substantially.
Who wrote it?
Basil Halperin and a few other people. But yeah, basically, I had Claude explain it, why people expect powerful AI to raise real interest rates. The intuition, if you genuinely believe AI will make everyone vastly richer in 10 years, you should want to borrow against that glorious future and consume more today. But everyone can't collectively consume future output today, so the interest rate has to rise to ration credit and persuade people to keep saving anyway. So transformative AI would create enormous investment opportunities. This has already happened, right? When this post was written in early 2023, this hadn't really happened yet. Now it's really happening.
Yep.
If the marginal product of capital shoots up.
Well, not really in robotics yet, but.
Not robotics yet, but in data centers and chip fabs, absolutely. Like,
like
hyperscalers have spent $2 trillion in the last 3-4 years.
If the marginal product of capital shoots up, firms compete for scarce savings to fund all of these projects, bidding up the price of capital, which is the real interest rate.
Right. So there's a lot of capital that is demanded in order to fund all these
this is a good
things.
article. I did not read this at the time.
Yeah. And then if people assign probability to extreme outcomes, either AI makes your future labor income irrelevant or catastrophic risk, the effective discount rate on the future rises, which pushes rates up.
Is this guy like a finance AGI pill guy?
Who?
Basil Halperin.
He might be.
This is actually really
he's an economist at UVA, I think.
Yeah.
So
against using stock prices to forecast AI timelines. And then AGI and the EMH markets are not expecting aligned or unaligned AI in the next 30 years.
Right. So in 2023, when this article was written, they made the argument that since real interest rates are not historically high, then markets don't actually believe that transformative AI is coming on short timelines. However, now we're seeing interest rates start to go up. So let's see if we can find some data on this. The 10-year real interest rate, it's still lower than
that's really fascinating. Transformative AI would either raise the risk of extinction if unaligned or raise economic growth rates if aligned. Therefore, based on the economic logic above, the prospect of transformative AI, unaligned or aligned, will result in high interest rates. That's the key claim of this post.
So now interest rates are higher than they've been. Real interest rates are higher than they've been since 2008?
Wow.
And they continue to go up, which is interesting. The standard counterarguments, it's not Claude. Claude is not Claude unless it caveats. Markets may simply be bad at pricing unprecedented regime changes. They didn't price COVID until weeks before lockdowns. This is true. This seems to be the case for AI. The marginal price setter in trillion-dollar bond markets may not be thinking about AI at all. This is also true. Uncertainty about who captures AI gains could increase precautionary saving, pushing rates down. That one's really interesting.
Yeah. This is actually like kind of the low-key common sentiment.
And
Like
if
it's
AI
just like wealth concentration, so therefore I will save. Doesn't seem too illogical.
Yeah, basically, like, if your labor income will become irrelevant, either you might want to like spend all of your money now, or you might want to save as much money as possible. You have
No,
you
I
have to
actually
accumulate
think
capital.
this is like kind of the best sentence in the whole thing. Because I think this is where we are right now, basically. Like, I think because of like, just like people very pervasively believe in wealth concentration, and that makes them less likely to spend a lot now.
That is possible, but I don't know how that would apply to institutions.
Not to institutions.
Yeah, there's the possibility that AI wealth accrues so unequally that aggregate consumption smoothing logic breaks down. The median saver's expected income growth might not rise even if GDP explodes. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And if AI drives massive deflation in goods prices, the real versus nominal decomposition gets murky. In other words, if AI produces so much that the price of goods like crashes to zero, this also just messes with the economy and with standard
I'm less
models
convinced
of it
about this.
in strange ways.
I'm less convinced about that. Because we get things like tariffs and stuff, and we don't manufacture goods fully in house.
I think it's
Yeah.
discourse time.
All right, discourse time.
Have you seen the
we
discourse
got?
time? The discourse of the weekend was Gavin Baker versus Dario. So it started with this clip from the All In podcast. Gavin Baker, who runs Atreides Management, he's a managing partner and CIO of Atreides Management, which is a quite AGI-pilled investment firm.
Base name too.
Talking about Dario.
I've been told by multiple people I trust that Dario has said that Anthropic might be the only private company in the world at some point. Think about that.
Lol.
In this case,
Here's the thing, like, if I was just in the privacy of my own home and I ran Anthropic, I would totally say some shit like this. I would be like, guys, my company's so awesome and good, we might be the only company.
In the privacy of my own Slack.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. So there's a lot of confidence. I'm sure they have more advanced checkpoints than Fable up their sleeve. They've executed really, really well. I'd probably take the under on them being the only private company in the world. I think it's going to be a long time before they land a rocket.
Are they just for your lunch? I don't know. There might be other businesses in the world. Zipline might want to bring you a burrito. Uber might want to take you somewhere. Waymo might want to drive you home. But sure, Dario.
I might interpret that as a negative.
Tech bros be like, let me think about other businesses. Let's do Uber,
Zipline.
Zipline,
The fact
and Waymo.
that Zipline was the one they thought of first.
Yeah, what about like Walmart?
Yeah, what about like
What about
AT&T?
Costco?
Like what about the cell towers? What about what about literally
What
just
about like oil
food?
exploration?
What about food?
Yeah. What about agriculture? What about construction?
Yeah.
So hubristic. This is getting into
Wait, so are they
If anything, it would be easy for Anthropic to replicate Waymo compared to like agriculture.
Yeah, totally.
I would certainly discourage Dario from saying that ever again to anyone.
Okay. So Gavin Baker says,
This is just so funny.
I've
You
been
are
told
the
by
only
multiple
company
people-
ever.
You are the only company ever. Basically, Gavin Baker says that he's been told by people he trusts that Dario thinks Anthropic might be the only company in the world. And then Jason and David Sachs were like, that's kind of silly, but it's a little worrisome if the CEO of Anthropic really believes that.
I don't know. Is this really that different to anything that Elon has like hinted at? He is closer to being like the person running the only company in the world.
Sasha DeMarini, wow, chief brand and comms officer at Anthropic, I didn't even notice this, comments, Dario has never said this, complete and utter nonsense. A picture is worth 1,000 words. What does that even mean? I can see a point in a few months where Elon is harvesting Anthropic's technical staff when Anthropic finally implodes due to insane psychotic hubris. There's definitely a kind of person on Twitter with Anthropic derangement syndrome.
Totally. I don't know why. It just feels.
Well, I know why. It's because they think that they are woke. They think that they are paternalistic. They think that they seek to concentrate power. They think that they seek to take their ability to do things like use open source models away from them. So I kind of get it, but I think that the arguments that they use are pretty immensely bad faith. Yeah, no to cult daddy Dario the moment we have 10T model alternatives to Fable. But you're not going to, because by the time you do, Anthropic will have a better model. Please tell Jason to stop talking over people and just shut the fuck up. That's
Okay.
crazy.
So, okay,
I hope
okay.
our commenters never say this stuff about us.
So, what else do we have about this?
So Sholto responded. Sholto Douglas from Anthropic responded. Completely false. I like Gavin's takes, but whoever he heard this from is lying so that it fits the narrative some people so desperately want you to believe. The same people will try to convince you Anthropic has no moat, and a sentence later that it might become so powerful it could be the only company left.
Literally.
Well-
That's what we saw in the comment section.
Sort of. I think that this is not exactly the representation of their argument. I think these people, like the Anthropic derangement syndrome people,
That's such a good phrase. Did
yeah.
you come up with that?
No, it's just like
Okay.
a riff off Trump derangement syndrome.
No, I know. But
But did I come up with Anthropic derangement syndrome? I don't know.
yeah, because you should tweet it.
I'm
if
sure
not.
other people have come up with this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there are some people who think Anthropic has no moat because of open source models. I don't think they also believe Anthropic will be so powerful it's the only company left. I think that those people believe that Anthropic is like totally hubristic about things, you know?
Yeah.
I like they
But I
they,
do
they
think it's cope
Anthrop-
because they do have a kind of underlying fear that it would become so powerful.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They think Anthropic has no moat, and they think that it is a bad sign.
Like I think
that,
they're trying to convince themselves that Anthropic has no moat
that from their
because
perspective,
they are
it's
afraid
so,
of their power.
so delusional, hubristic, whatever. You know.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the things we, Anthropic, are most worried about is economic concentration of power. There's no world where the government should let any company have that much influence. We need competition and capitalism. Then he cites Dario's essay here. Democracy is ultimately backstopped by the idea that the population as a whole is necessary for the operation of the economy. If that economic leverage goes away, then the implicit social contract of democracy may stop working. This is kind of, I think this is a sort of different argument from the argument that Anthropic will like take over the entire global economy. This is saying like AGI will like fully automate everything and disempower everyone. I think it's a slightly different argument from the argument that like Anthropic will be the only company in the world, but that the humans in charge of Anthropic will be in charge of everything, rather than the AGI is in charge of Anthropic being in charge. The AI market is literally the most competitive market in the world right now. Every single one of the largest companies on Earth is singularly focused on getting you smarter, cheaper models. If all works out, we'll succeed in reducing the cost of everything to the cost of energy. This is awesome, but it threatens a lot of people's old moats. They are frightened. Okay, this is totally true. The AI market totally is the most competitive market in the world right now. And it threatens people's moats, and they are frightened. There's definitely a certain kind of tech person who like is almost bearish AGI because it changes their worldview on how like markets work, for example. Like there definitely like is a type of VC on Twitter who's used to like buying these like SaaS businesses that might be threatened by very capable AI models.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Makes sense. Like it makes their portcos moatless.
Yeah, it makes their portcos moatless. I think
Sure.
Dean Ball had a tweet about this. Bear or bearish. Let me see if I can find it. No, I can't find it, but that's okay. You get the point. For sure, with AGI, capitalism gets super weird, and what a company even is might look different. Good takes here, dwarcash.com/AI firm. And this one, by the way, was like really adapted from Age of M. Age of M mentioned. Age of M mentioned. I actually bought a copy of Age of M because I don't have a hard copy of it. So now I do, and it's on my bookshelf.
Nice. Yeah, we should bring it in.
We really should get one for the office, I think.
We should. Yeah. You can sit back there.
This is let me see. I'm sending in our secret office group chat. Request. Let's buy a hard copy of Age of M.
And then we can have
Robin
come in and sign it
for the studio. Oh, that's a great idea. So what do we think about this take? Sholto saying Anthropic is worried about economic concentration of power. Are they worried about economic concentration of power, like, for themselves, though?
I think that they kind of think, like, if you were to ask them, are you okay with the level of concentration that Google has or the level of concentration that Amazon has? I feel like they'd be pretty indifferent. They'd be like, yeah, that's probably fine. And then that applies to themselves as well. Like, I don't think that they're actually, like, whatever the current level of economic concentration is, because it allows them to exist and they participate sort of in the same tier, they're probably fine with, right? They just wouldn't want it to become more concentrated than it is now.
It's kind of like the One Ring. Like, throughout history, there are not many examples of people voluntarily giving up power.
Mm-hmm.
There are not many examples of people voluntarily not taking power that they're offered. You know, the canonical example is like George Washington, for example. He almost refused the position of the presidency, and then he stepped down after 2 terms, even though he absolutely could have run for a 3rd term and would have been unanimously reelected. But he wanted to set the precedent that, the president of the United States should not be a dictator and should not rule for life. And Cincinnatus was another top historical example of this. I don't know, like, how completely accurate his story was, but basically the TLDR was he was a simple farmer, living in public service, and then the Aequi invaded and attacked Rome, and Cincinnatus was summoned to basically become the dictator of Rome.
Yeah.
And once he was done defeating the enemies, he just left back to his farm. He just resigned his position and went back to his farm. And then he did it again 20 years later.
Nice.
And then he resigned again. But yeah, this doesn't happen in history very much. My point is you should be very skeptical of concentration of power for that reason. So Gavin
Wait,
Baker
How
responds,
does that mean skeptical of concentration of power? Or you should be worried about concentration of power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Sholto, thank you for setting the record straight. Larger issue is that multiple very serious people in Silicon Valley have heard some variation of this and believe it to be true. And the reason it is believable is that it is consistent with Dario's public messaging and what he outlined in his essay. This technology might be dangerous for humans, could lead to extreme concentration of power, and therefore needs to be regulated thoughtfully.
Again, this is just every time people mention power concentration, wealth concentration, whatever, then I'm just am really curious to think what they, to know what they think about current levels of economic and power concentration.
I mean, it's just nowhere near what you could imagine could happen with AGI.
Couldn't you just make the argument too that power used to be more concentrated because we had monarchies and stuff and empires?
No, if anything, you could make the argument that power used to be less concentrated.
Yeah, you can make any argument, I guess, but
I think in 1600, power was probably less concentrated than it is now. The average absolutist monarch, I mean, first of all, prior to Louis XIV in France, there weren't a lot of absolutist monarchs in Europe. They were feudal monarchs. The power was kind of diffuse.
Sure.
In most large kingdoms in Europe, like France or England or whatever, in the 1500s, the king didn't have much power. The king was totally beholden to their nobles. The nobles usually wielded most of the power. And, they had multiple power centers. They would fight one another constantly. And the nobles themselves, each noble was subject to checks and balances of their own, right? If they ruled their own people too harshly, then their people could revolt and overthrow them, for example. And this did happen.
There's an 80,000 hours article about this, about extreme power concentration.
Wait, who wrote it?
Rose Hadshar.
Can you send me that?
Yeah. Or I'll put in the doc.
As discussed on the pod, if one agrees that AI might be dangerous, there are two ways to address this potential risk: either concentrate it in the hands of a chosen few companies and politicians via regulation, or distribute it widely. Essentially boils down to whether one believes AI is too dangerous to concentrate or too dangerous to distribute. There are reasonable arguments on both sides, but I profoundly agree with Zuckerberg's statement that the notion that AI is so dangerous that the only safe path is an extreme concentration of power seems inherently problematic. Historically, hoping that an absolute power will benevolently provide for humanity if sufficiently enlightened has not led to safe or positive outcomes. So there's an argument to be made that Dario is talking his book when he talks about regulation, right? Many people allege when Dario says we need to regulate AI, many people say Dario is trying to do regulatory capture, basically. In other words, to regulate his competitors out of existence, while Anthropic becomes a sort of anointed AI lab that gets to build the technology and benefit from it. You could also make an argument that Zuckerberg is talking his book when he says that we need to distribute AI.
Yep.
Because as a CEO of a non-leading lab, this is going to be how he gets a better competitive position in the technology.
Yep. So everyone is talking they damn book, basically.
Kind of. But I mean, I don't believe, like, I do think that, like, the people at Anthropic are, like, moral and virtuous and genuinely believe what they say. However,
I
this
don't
might
think any of them are actually like, I want, like the Anthropic sweep, like that picture of the United States and Dario going like this.
Yeah.
And Dario controls everything. Like, I don't think Dario wants that.
But power is hard to refuse. You can be moral and virtuous and still become corrupted by power.
I don't know. I think that Dario is probably really proud of the kinds of talent and that he's recruited and like the mission alignment that everyone has within Anthropic, and he wants that to continue. And that doesn't necessarily mean that he's like power hungry. He just thinks that this has been like an institution that has been years in the making, and he like trusts like what it's become. Like, I don't think it's like that nefarious.
What's an institution that's years in the making?
Anthropic.
Yeah.
Like, he trusts the talent under his own
That's true.
company.
By the way, based on vibes, based on vibes and insights, and trust me, bro, Anthropic is a much more centralized organization than OpenAI. They filter much more strongly on culture and beliefs, right? Like, if you work at Anthropic, you like really have to pass a lot of culture filtering. This has maybe been weakened a little bit just because they're hiring so many people now, but like, the average person at Anthropic is more aligned with the mission than the average person at OpenAI. Like,
I also just kind of think when companies get too big, they do kind of like lose the innovation. So were Anthropic to get too big, I just think that low-key they would kind of stop innovating at the rate that they have been currently, or like in the past few years.
Yes, and also
they would get
OpenAI
Google-fied.
Is a much more chaotic and dynamic and flat organization than Anthropic. And at OpenAI, you constantly hear reporting about like new teams being spun up and dissolved and merged and combined and people being fired and moved to different roles. You don't really hear this stuff from Anthropic. Anthropic has, Dario and Daniela at the top and their inner circle around them, and they make decisions. And, we don't, to the extent that there is any sort of internal dissent around these decisions, we don't see it. It's all in the Anthropic Slack. Yep. Anthropic moves as a unit. This is what makes them so formidable and so powerful, is that they are a cult. Valence neutral, they are a cult. They really, they have a strong set of beliefs, which I think are mostly correct, and they like act on them very strongly.
Yep.
And OpenAI does not do this as much. Most other AGI labs don't do this as much.
Yeah. Okay. So then we have a response. Oh wow, this goes on for a while. Awesome response. Thank you for coming back.
I think safe to say Dario has lost the argument. His messaging has failed to result in his preferred regulatory path. No, this is way too early to say that.
It is far too early to say that.
Way too early to say that. However, Dario's messaging...
We haven't had like an actual incident. Like, we've had like an incident. We haven't had like an actual incident that has made like headlines.
But y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Hugging Face incident, basically, if you think for a moment about the actual impact of it in the real world, it was kind of a nothing burger. Like, companies get hacked all the time. It was notable because it was the first time an AI has done this, but in terms of its real world impact, in this particular incident, was still quite limited. If an AI were to, for example, autonomously hack a hospital and kill a bunch of people by like disconnecting their ventilators, that would really get backlash.
Okay. And then, paragraph here. Dario's messaging has been massively helpful to efforts to ban data centers here in America. I don't know that that's true.
I don't think that's true.
Also, because how does he benefit from that?
He does not benefit from it at all.
He doesn't. So I don't think that there's like, unless they're making the point that it was inadvertent.
You could make an argument that a data center moratorium would be helpful for Anthropic because it would like prevent other people from getting data center capacity. But I don't know about that. Like, the data centers aren't owned by Anthropic. They're owned by like AWS.
Yeah.
But also, the average anti-data center person doesn't know who Dario is. And like, Dario's messaging is like, AGI might like kill everyone and take jobs. The average anti-data center person might be on board with the take jobs thing. They're not thinking about AGI. They're mostly thinking about like pollution and water usage and electricity bills.
Bro, okay, so I believe that there's a reasonable chance AI might help cure most forms of disease such that we have extended lifespans and can enjoy these long lives in an abundant Star Trek-like future. That's the future I want, and I think Dario is decreasing the odds of that future at this point. I don't think that this is true at all.
Yeah, I don't think this is true.
And also, like, everybody wants this, bro. Like, every single person.
This is a level 3 AGI pilled. Level 3 AGI pilled statement.
He's about to be CEO of one of the most important public companies in the world.
Okay, so Gavin Baker concedes that if the pro-regulatory effort has failed, it is, at least for now. I think you should make an effort to be a more positive advocate for his own industry. And of course, Anthropic has deep competitive advantages and is an amazing company. Yep. So what does Sholto say? So much I agree with here. Also, I think it's more nuanced. Okay, quick takes. I think that cyber is ultimately defense dominant. I actually agree. I think that this has been like a vindication for the open source people. Like, the current cyber moment, for now, has been a vindication for the open source people. I actually tweeted... on July 16th, so a month ago, registering my prediction of no widespread societal chaos after the open sourcing of Kimi K3. Signal says, after having used it, this will likely age poorly. Well, Signal, can we get an update on this? Can we check back? Yep. Herbie Bradley says agreed. A lot of people said basically this is not gonna be good. Basically, this will cause like widespread cyber chaos. But this didn't happen. It's been 2 weeks and it didn't happen. To the extent that we've had like bad cyber incidents, they've been internally deployed, unreleased models.
Mm-hmm. True. Okay.
Bio is offense dominant.
I agree with this point. Which society needs to decide whether it wants to accept. What does that even mean?
Basically, like, is freedom so important? Is the freedom to do specific things so important that we increase the risk of biocatastrophe?
Sure.
And like, humanity has decided that like freedom to do certain things is worth like increased crime.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you can get rid of crime by just like doing mass surveillance. This is what China does. But the United States has decided as a society pretty much like we don't want to do this. Is it like the right decision? This depends on your worldview.
The second is, why has Dario/us talked about risk so much? Fundamentally, it's because we want to be honest with people.
Yep.
Employment risk is the classic here.
That's why they did the ads. Like, people are saying that the World Cup ads that they did, what was it? It's okay to ask hard questions. People are saying, oh, that's marketing hype. They're trying to say that it's because like they're trying to show off how powerful their technology is. No, it's not marketing hype. They believe this. They really believe this stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand the cynicism around Anthropic's beliefs. They really, like, the easiest explanation for everything they do is that they really believe this stuff. And I think like they're right about a lot of it.
Diffusion, complexity, policy, and unmet demand for services mean that even for years after we have models which could automate 95% of computer-facing jobs, people will work at them. This is a take I highly agree with. But I do think as a society, we should take the possibility far more seriously than we are now and prepare contingency policies for what to do at various levels of unemployment. So true.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine not letting profitable companies lay off more than 5% per year. Cool. Great.
Our opinion has always been that we need to be straight up and honest with people. Completely agree that as both a company and an industry, we have utterly failed to present a positive future a positive picture of a future people want to fight for, and that this is actively decreasing our chance of getting to that future.
It's a good response.
So much we need to do better there. Absolutely.
Very true.
Very true.
I mean,
I'm not even sure what it would be, though.
Well,
I think it's just people have to see their actual living standards getting better.
Yes.
They have to see their lives getting easier. They have to see, like, their parents and their grandparents with cancer, like, living longer lives and, hopefully getting cured eventually. They have to see, like, the rent going down or their wages going up so much that the rent doesn't matter. Like, that kind of thing.
100%.
I think that is what it will take ultimately.
What it will take is, like... Yeah, I think
no amount of better Instagram Reels is going to do this for people.
Anything with regards to healthcare, anything with regards to city infrastructure, anything with regards to transportation advances, anything with regards to like these kind like diffusion of these kinds of technologies, like very basic, improved standard living technologies. Not anything software. As we've learned, people don't care that they have better chatbots. People also don't care, like, I don't know. Yeah. People like don't want to see like software improvements at this point, basically. Like they want to see like real things.
Yes.
And that's, I mean, this is like the AI part of the industry. Like how that's not the right industry, right? Like it would be more fair to say like the like applied intuitions or the Waymos or the, I don't know, or American Housing, the people who are making the like
right.
mass housing.
Waymo is, I think, actually a really good vision for the future.
Yeah, of course.
Notice how, for example, there's a lot less anti-Waymo sentiment than anti-data center sentiment. There's still some, but it's mostly like the really like extreme annoying leftists. It's not like a large chunk of the population. People like Waymos because Waymos improve their lives.
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I did actually
not everyone lives obviously in a city that has Waymos. So
walking around this city in SF, I was like, what, city in SF? Ugh. I can't even find it. But like there was like some poster about how like Waymos are evil and like fascist or something.
What?
It was a little silly. I can't find it.
But so I think all of that's stupid. What I do kind of agree with is that like, and I was talking to a friend about this yesterday, that Waymos and AI assistants and everything sort of make the average person feel like royalty. Like if you're taking like a Waymo, like I took a Waymo today because the Uber was too expensive. It was actually cheaper. Narrative violation. The Waymo was cheaper today. So, but they do just kind of like feed this weird subconscious thing where it makes you feel like royalty. Like it makes the average person feel like royalty. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. If it can be available to everyone, I think it's a good thing. But for now, it's like, I don't know, it has weird psychological effects a little bit.
Yep. Gavin Baker responds, Becky just brought me another gin and tonic and is watching our daughter. Thank you, Gavin Baker.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's go fast through this one. I want to see the Dario one. In a world that is likely compute constrained for a long, long time, I do think that the computational efficiency of humans means that humans will be economically useful for the foreseeable future, even in a fast takeoff scenario. That's really interesting. The idea that because humans are so computationally efficient, your brain runs on 15 to 20 watts. A large data center.
All you need is like agriculture. Like you turn food into thought.
Right.
That's crazy.
And a large data center is a billion watts, a gigawatt, right? Tokens per intelligence density.
This has always been my
watt.
take. Even in fast takeoff, like there's no way that humans become economically useless. Like they might make up only a small part of the economy. It would still be enough. It would still be fine, I think. Compute inequality is about to be a massive, massive issue, just like income inequality. True. Yep. But my argument would be the same. Rather than worrying about inequality, we should focus on growing the pie so fast that even the bottom of the income compute distribution are much better off here in America than almost anywhere else.
Yes.
Ideally, also everywhere else. Okay.
Well, yes.
First of all, but yeah, agreed.
Yeah, we don't like. I don't care about like poor Americans being quote better off than like poor Africans. Like I want everyone to be good. Like,
Yeah,
well
I want
off.
everybody to
Yeah.
be better off. This has been the case with income, and hopefully will be the same with compute tokens for intelligence density per token per watt for the win. Hopefully, America wins that race.
So Maroon says OOC. What does OOC stand for? Out of curiosity.
Oh.
What would you say is Anthropic's incremental strategy for a safe superintelligence world? Is it basically get there first and do safety research, distribute it? Or is it more like achieve RSI monopoly and so unlock others' progress and try to get nationalized or something? So obviously Sholto didn't answer this one. But like, okay, in OG like less wrong theory, there is this idea of the pivotal act where remember we talked about this on stream the other day. Like Eliezer Yudkowsky's original plan at SIAI, the Singularity Institute for Artificial Intelligence, was to usher in the singularity, a singleton superintelligent AI, and then prevent everyone else from doing so with a pivotal act. So a pivotal act is something that you would do with your superintelligence that prevents anyone else from creating a competing one. A little concerning, right? Hopefully Anthropic wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
Elon says the most entertaining outcome
wouldn't.
is the most likely, especially if ironic. Okay. Typical Elon response.
I actually think this is one of the only things I agree with. Not one of the only things, but I do think the most entertaining outcome is the most likely in general.
Santi Ruiz, who is at Anthropic now, says fake tales of San Francisco by Arctic Monkeys. That's funny. The AI market is absolutely not the most competitive market in the world. Sholto says, in terms of how much is thrown at it, yes. The second anyone slips up, the rest of the world catches up in 3 to 6 months. Massive companies go from it's completely over to top of the world within months, etc. Like, look at the great flippening of Google and XAI. Google, like, a couple years ago was thought of as like a S-tier frontier lab, and now they're not. XAI has, for a long time been thought of as like a troll lab, and now they're like probably, I would say, the third best in the world after Anthropic and OpenAI.
Yeah, we'll see. It's just talent is so versatile, like, or is that the word? It's like you never know who's gonna suck up a large amount of the talent next. It's hard to predict. Like maybe in 1 year, everyone is like actually thinking machines got it, and everyone flocks there. Hard to predict these things.
Yep. So, not only did Sholto respond, but Dario Amade did an ultra rare long tweet, which he almost never does. He almost never posts on Twitter, but he just did, in order to say, thanks, Gavin, for an especially thoughtful exchange. First, on regulation, I think that either concentrate it or distribute it widely is a false choice. I know that there's sort of a Silicon Valley shorthand where regulation equals regulatory capture equals concentration of power, but I've always found this to be an overly simplified picture of the world. Many people outside this bubble think of regulation as something that constrains corporate power and benefits ordinary people. This is a really good point. This is actually a really, really good point. Like, to the average person, like, they want Anthropic to regulate the AI industry because they think that regulation reduces corporate power.
Yeah, totally.
I think that those in the regulation equals regulatory capture equals concentration of power frame often underrate the decentralizing power of objective and fair institutional processes. A crude analogy is that the formal court system can sometimes feel stuffy and elitist, but it does a much better job of defending the rights of vulnerable individuals than the alternative, mob justice. This is also true. You can also tell that Dario wrote this by hand because of the boomer double spacing between sentences.
Lol. Yeah.
This is why Anthropic has always made its policy proposals very carefully. This is true. Like, there's a caricature of Anthropic where it's like Anthropic supports like stopping AI and shutting it down and pausing it because they're doomers. This is not true. Anthropic has never endorsed anything like that.
Yeah. We try very hard to make proposals that disadvantage frontier AI companies while advantaging smaller competitors. Little tech pilled.
Exactly.
Even the much maligned SB 1047, which we were ambivalent on, completely exempt any company below a certain amount of revenue or model training costs from being covered at all. More recently, the testing process we've advocated for at Casey and the White House involves more rigorous tests for frontier models than off-frontier models, something that differentially advantages challengers. Yeah, this is true. This is a good idea. Similarly, the pacing the frontier letter envisions, or at least modulating the pace of the very best models while not constraining those who are catching up.
Mm-hmm.
Overall,
Overall, my view is that AI is structurally a technology that tends to concentrate power. He thinks that scaling laws will produce economies of scale that concentrate power in companies that build frontier models. I think this is probably true.
Any more advanced technology is the case. Like, I think this is the case. I think this is always the case.
That more advanced technology always centralizes power?
Always concentrates power, not centralizes.
What's the difference?
Like if you there
between
can be multiple
concentrating
people
and
that have
centralizing power.
like if you own, it's just a means of production thing, right? If you own the means of production, if the means of production become robots, for example, or like nanobots or something, if you own the means of production, you have more power in a way that's more concentrated, because presumably also the cost of capital to build robots or nanobots is also very high.
Maybe, but like once it's built, you can imagine that like the design gets widely distributed, and then people can do it everywhere.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm so split on this. I think I lean towards Dario is correct here, and AI is structurally technology that tends to concentrate power, but I'm just not sure. Like I can imagine futures in which this is wrong. By contrast, I think the right rules of the road can simultaneously A, address AI's cyber bio and alignment risks, B, institutionally constrain the power of the frontier AI companies, and C, leave room for open weights models while also addressing the specific risks that they bring. So another thing is Dario has never opposed open weight models in principle. This is just like lying.
Just like nuanced.
Yeah.
He just like is thoughtful.
By the way, I do not think that the events of the last few months have failed to result in my preferred regulatory path. Pre-deployment testing of frontier models, for example, is something that Dario has been pushing for. And so yeah, I agree with this. Like, Gavin
he
Baker
also
was
says
wrong.
he's supportive of the FINRA-like entity.
Mm-hmm. And that will happen too.
Sure.
Second, on the messaging around AI, I do not agree that my messaging has been disproportionately negative.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's been disproportionately negative compared to other AI CEOs, not compared
I also just
to
think
like less wrong.
Like he does talk about the risks and benefits, but obviously it's just like the risks are getting more likely to get reported.
Mm-hmm.
So
I make sure to frequently mention the incredible benefits. I wrote Machines of Loving Grace because I didn't feel the AI industry was painting an inspiring enough picture of how the technology could radically transform the world for the better.
In fact, we could use a way more robust version of Machines of Loving Grace.
This is, yeah, I agree. This is the thing that got a lot of discourse around this topic. I think it will actually be possible to cure most human disease in 5 to 10 years. A lot of people think that biology is like so hard, even basically superintelligence couldn't do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
If you read Policy on the AI Exponential, I discuss concrete proposals for how to streamline the FDA process to make sure the deluge of AI-accelerated drugs isn't slowed down by the regulatory process. Based. I do agree that the public has a negative view of AI.
Demis, like, sort of friendship going on right now.
Yes. It's always been the case.
Yeah.
I wonder what the group chat's like, the Dario Demis Sam Altman group chat. And that this is a big problem, but I don't think it is primarily caused by me or any other AI leader warning about AI's risks. I think it is fundamentally a crisis of trust. I think that ordinary people don't trust companies, governments, or the tech industry and always suspect that we are cooking up some new way to screw them over. The cause of this go back decades, and AI is just the latest iteration of it. I don't think that a glitzy marketing campaign with a positive spin is a way to win back that trust. At this point, saying that AI will cure cancer is more cliche than it is inspiring, and most people think it is deceptive. The thing that will work is actually curing cancer. I think by far the most accurate criticism of AI companies, including Anthropic, is that we haven't yet delivered on our big promises to benefit the world. It's exactly what we were saying.
These are great. This is a perfect paragraph. No notes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely correct. We are, however, doing our best to fix this. Anthropic is ramping up its efforts very quickly in bio and medicine. Dario says, or rather, Gavin Baker responds with not much. No, I think it's great you're engaging here. Given human psychology, a 50-50 balance between risks and opportunities, perhaps too weighted towards the risks. I agree, actually. And yes, the best thing the industry can do is actually cure cancer and cannot wait for this.
Yep. Very good response from Dario.
And of course, it's entirely human written.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell.
just
I don't,
tell.
Yeah, you can tell. I don't know why Musing Cat
Yeah.
didn't think that.
I really do like how, like, at this stage, AI writing has been around for 4 years or something. And people you can just tell if something is human written. Like, you would have thought maybe there would be a point where there's a writing Turing test and who knows, but you can just tell.
The open source maxi anthropic derangement syndrome people are all over these comments.
Yeah, of course.
And also,
you
a
can
lot
be
of AI
pro
doers.
open source and also be pro anthropic, because that's itself another form of competition.
Mm-hmm. So David Sachs responds. David Sachs of the All In podcast, who is also one of the main architects of the laissez-faire AI policy of the Trump administration. 1, Dario does not actually address Gavin Baker's account of what he said. This is also true. Dario never once says, no, I didn't say that Anthropic might be the only company in the world.
Who cares if he said that? It's just I don't know. People say things. He could have been trolling. He could have been just memeing. Or maybe he just thinks it's so silly it wasn't even worth bringing up.
2, Dario claims his critics live in a bubble where all regulation equals regulatory capture. He thinks this is he calls this an overly simplified view. Yeah, this argument is a straw man. Of course, treating all regulation as capture would be overly simplified, but almost no one holds that view. No, I think there are some people in Silicon Valley who think of all regulation as regulatory capture. Regulatory capture is not vague. Nobel laureate George Stigler defined it as regulation acquired by an industry and designed and operated primarily for its benefit. Yeah. Anthropic understands these dynamics. It has hired multiple senior Biden AI policy officials and built a substantial government affairs operation plus a network of aligned organizations to push its preferred frameworks at state and federal levels. This is also true. Anthropic is very competent, especially at the state level, in supporting AI regulation, like SB 53, for example, or Illinois SB 315, or the RAISE Act in New York.
He's consistently pushed for a new federal agency to review and approve frontier models. I call it a DMV for AI because a review process modeled on the FAA or FDA or FINRA will create long queues. This process will become more labyrinthine.
That's a great word.
Yeah, such a good word, yeah. As rules accumulate to prevent theoretical harms, this would handicap the U.S. relative to China. I agree that there's some truth here on the 4th point, and we just haven't found the solution. It's just as simple as that.
Well, I think that a lot of people in the AI industry, Dario did actually endorse an FDA for AI. He called it an FDA for AI in the adolescence of technology. But I think he's updated over time.
Yeah.
Because having this level of pre-release approval for every new technology would actually just be bad.
Yeah, we probably have to wrap for next guest.
We probably do have to wrap. But yeah, TLDR.
Very, very entertaining and engaging.
So much discourse around here. Dario and Gavin Baker. We put verses in the stream title, but I don't really think they're disagreeing on that much. They both seem to be very thoughtful. I think everyone involved in this exchange really wants AI to go well.
Yep.
I don't think any of these people are bad people. But anyway, should we thank our sponsors?
Let's
do it. MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
MTS is also brought to you by Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
And Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
So shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, and AdQuick. And
we will be
right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Ron Alpha, who is the co-founder and CEO of Noetic, where his team trains foundation models on human tumor data to predict treatment response and discover new cancer targets. And it's perfect timing because last week, Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei now says his company is rapidly increasing its work in biology and medicine and believes AI could help cure most human diseases within 5 to 10 years. So, Ron, excited to have you join us today to show what's real, what's maybe false, where that missing opportunity lays. Ron, welcome to MTS.
Excited to be here. Yes.
So excited to have you.
Great moment to talk about this.
Great moment to talk to you. And no better person, since I know you have so much background in the space, but wanted to get your opinion on everything that Dario actually says. He said within 5 to 10 years. What do you think about that number? What might be possible within a decade from now, and what is just out of the question?
Yeah, maybe I'll present a few versions of like what people were saying. One, I'll just say I was quite happy to watch everyone fight about this on Twitter. And the thing I said was like, at the end of the day, like what we're doing is really hard. And if Dario's just going to come out and say and get everyone talking about curing cancer, I'm here for it. Like we should just keep doing that, just generally. But I think, where, on the bear side of it, where people were, a little bit upset is like, okay, well, so some people are like, okay, is Anthropic actually genuine about doing this? And, how much effort is Anthropic as a company going to put into like drug discovery? And, I know a lot of folks on the team there, and they have like some amazing folks working on drug discovery at Anthropic, but like what fraction of the company is going to do it? And then maybe like the second, criticism from like the bio community is like, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to cure all disease? And now, like, Demis has said it, and like, Zuck has said it, and like everyone's sort of saying this. It's like we're going to cure all disease, and like I think people are sort of like not able to like imagine like, does that mean like death is over? Like, disease is the sum total of like, intrinsic and extrinsic things that like cause dysfunction of the body or whatever, and like, we're not going to die anymore. Like, what does that mean if we cure all disease? And then like, what does it mean to cure all disease in like 5 years? Like, it takes 10 years to get a drug. Most drugs fail. Like in the current timeline, like this all just seems like super impossible. So maybe that's like one side of it.
Yeah. To actually just break down though, what can AI speed up and what is still constrained by our physical world. Like, for example, I know the actual discovery of potential solutions can get sped up with AI, but the development process, there's still have to do human trials or animal trials. Even just getting legislation passed to say, can we do it on synthetic skin is going to be a whole thing. Totally. So what actually is constrained in the real world? Yeah,
maybe. I mean, so then the bull case is like, we are in a moment of, increasing super intelligence. And like at the end of the day, we are seeing very impressive results. So like, internally at Noetic, for example, and, the biotech industry is traded on information generally. It's like, what is the biology that is going to impact the disease? What is the drug? What's the target? We're starting to see where like that information is commoditized. There was, a result this morning from AstraZeneca. They had a trial that failed. And I just like this morning went in and I asked our agent, I'm like, would you have expected this drug to succeed based on all of our data? And then the agent did an analysis and was like, no, those populations are very different actually. And like information is there, so to some extent it's commoditized. And so you can imagine that like if all of a sudden we do have increasingly more information commoditized, and that's the sort of key driver of how to cure disease or solve diseases, then if we can accelerate like execution of those things or operationally, then we can make impact really quickly. And then maybe I'll just also refer to like Al posting, like Avi posted a thing, I think last night, where he sort of framed this as like, okay, if this is the really ambitious goal, what is sort of the minimum sets of things that need to be true for us to achieve it? And he presented one view of the world, which is like, actually, if we can just get drugs delivered, if we had like a magic box that would tell us where, we can deliver drugs, all of a sudden you can deliver the drugs to the cancer, you could deliver the drugs to the right genome of the right cells, and then you can kind of like accelerate this whole process. So I think it's important to think, one view of this, again, on the bulk side is we don't really know what it's going to look like. No one would have thought we would have cured obesity 5 years ago. And, we're kind of, obesity is effectively cured. I mean, if that is your goal, I think you can sort of check it off almost. But we're getting close. And, that's a little bit debatable. You could sort of check it off. And so like we don't know what that's going to look like in this moment. And so we're sort of staring at like the current bottlenecks of drug discovery and regulatory, and we're like, no way, this is super impossible. But arguably, and Dario might say, well, things are moving so quickly, like you can't even imagine what the next 18 months are going to look like, let alone like 5 years from now.
That's very true. That's interesting that you actually brought up, okay, if we're able to have drugs delivered or know exactly where we should deliver them to, that can speed up a ton of stuff. That specific example of one thing we could do and that AI could help with, those are the examples I'm looking for, because when I hear, okay, AI can cure cancer, I'm like, what specifically does AI speed up? So do you have more of those types of examples of, say, everything goes perfectly? What exactly is AI doing here?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the problems we're working on is basically generating a ton of data across all cancers, and then training our AI models on those data sets. And then you can get to a point where you could say, okay, well, for a given drug, which patients should get this drug? And so you could, take that, extend that a little bit further, and you could say, okay, well, maybe even for the drugs that exist today that are on the market that are approved for some small numbers of indication. Maybe once we've trained those models out and they can see, biology across all cancers, they can at least just position, the drug across different indications, for example, and help us know, like, okay, which patients would get the right drug. So that's like one case. And then backing up, you can, for new drugs that we're developing, having all the information about where a drug is going to work, which patients at the very beginning, helps you get to drugs that are more effective from the very beginning, but also drugs that are, broadly more useful in all the right populations. And so that can go a lot faster than, let's say we're gonna run a trial, and then the drug's gonna be approved in like some small population, and then we're like, for the next 10 years we're gonna run like 100 more trials to figure out what other populations a drug is gonna be effective in. So that's one example. You can also think about, like, for example, cancer vaccines. That's a pretty interesting space right now.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden we can like very quickly design vaccines very quickly, and go from essentially like patient biology, tumor biology to an actual vaccine, and then deliver those effectively and get them to work, then you start to get closer and closer to like a patient-specific therapeutic in that regime.
Yeah. When I first saw this announcement, on one end, I was so excited. I think it's pretty obvious, MTS, we're all tech optimists at heart. And right now, AI has such a negative sentiment in the way that I view a lot of things. It's, hey, if we are able to do things correctly, this can be massively beneficial to the world. And one of the most clear applications of that is in healthcare, is in our literal longevity and curing cancer. And so one of the questions that I was curious about, though, is just the timing in which Dario shared this announcement. It's no secret that right now, Anthropic is going down in terms of public sentiment and how the public perceives the company. And so do you think this has always been part of their plan, or is there some strategic timing to why they're saying this now? Like,
has it been part of their plan to work on biology, or just generally like
just to have this such a big focus and announcing like, hey, here's where we're dedicating all of our resourcing to?
I mean, I don't know. I can't guess what they're doing internally, but it's interesting because like last week, there was a note that they were talking about this to investors as part of like maybe the pre-IPO discussions. And I think Anthropic has always been, Dario has been pretty upfront that biology, drug discovery, therapeutics is important to them as a company, even like since like the first essays. And so I think they've always been interested in the space, and they have actually, so counter to criticisms that like they're maybe not like so genuine there, they have actually put a lot of effort into it, and started to build out like an incredible team of really great folks that are actually working on this. And so I would say it does seem to be a thing that's very important to them, and they are like genuinely interested in it. And I do think like the models are going to make a real impact here, across the space, just generally.
Yeah, I'm curious for how it works in just general cancer research right now. Is intelligence a bottleneck? And having more intelligence, does that actually speed up how all of this projection actually goes?
Yeah, our view is you need more intelligence, but you also need more data. So like what we've found is that like a lot of the data that we have to train these models is like a lot of the data that is in the public domain, and it's just not that interesting for various reasons. So one, a lot of the experimental data is just wrong. I mean, we've like analyzed these data sets for a really long time, and like sort of the confounds of those data sets are well known to the community, and so a lot of those data sets are just not very good. And so if you train a model on stuff that's like wrong, then you're going to go in the wrong direction. And then a lot of the human data sets to some extent are like pretty constrained, and the types of data are limited. And so there's like arguably just a paucity of data that's available for the models to reason against. And so the models are getting incredibly good at like scientific reasoning, and then you're like, okay, here, go solve this problem with this like data set that's not very good. And so what we've found is if we then like the opposite side of that, if we take a reasoning model and then give it access to like inference data from our models, or like actual or raw data from our data sets, which is like thousands of patients, then you start to get to much better answers, and you start to get like more interesting insights for therapeutics. So I think you still have these two problems. One, we just need a lot better data from like human data, from human cancers, from human biology just broadly, to train the models and get to like a better sort of corpus of pre-training knowledge, but then also just like data to reason against to get to certain answers. And I think if we can do that, we'll accelerate this.
Yeah. What would still be a bottleneck? So even if we have intelligence through all parts of cancer research, is there still a bottleneck for what AI can't do?
I mean, you still have to operationally make the drug. And so, and so then if you're like, well, how do I like decrease the timelines to making the drugs? And like over the past 20 years, we've just like made that whole process like way more complicated maybe than it needs to be. We just keep adding like steps. We're like, okay, well, let's do this thing and this thing and this thing. And so like arguably the process of actually making a drug now is longer than, today than it was like 15 years ago. So you still have to accelerate that timeline. And so then you can say, well, okay, maybe we can, if we can like zero shot make a molecule from another model, from a molecular design model, then that decreases the timelines. But then you're still stuck with the longest timeline, which is like clinical development, basically. So how do we get medicines through clinical development in an efficient time frame? That still takes 5 to 10 years to get things through clinical development. And that's where maybe some ideas around kind of N of 1 therapies and folks that are working on like personalized therapeutics could be helpful.
Yeah, personalized therapeutics. One thing I want to get your perspective on, what do you think the public mainstream says is overhyped right now, and what might be underhyped?
I don't know. I don't know if I count as the mainstream. I don't know if I get to speak for the mainstream. I think I'm like way in the AI camp. So, I mean, I think probably most people agree that like kind of the hype around like, okay, AI is going to cure let's just say the vast majority of diseases is overhyped. Like I don't think in 5 years we're gonna solve like even half of disease, if you will. But I think what's underhyped is how fast, because we're sort of in the second cycle or maybe even the third cycle of like AI and drug discovery. And so what's underhyped is like how different it is right now. So things are actually very different than they were, let's say, 10 years ago when I joined like, the first company I was at. And, we are seeing very rapid, we are seeing like progress on a time scale that's unprecedented. It's like months, like every month, like things are getting better. So you're seeing very, very rapid improvements, but then even the objectively the state of where we are in terms of like the technology is dramatically underhyped, I would say. Like we are, people might not believe that if I say like information is commoditized, and literally information is getting commoditized to some extent. You're getting to the point where you can just look up, like ask a question to a model and then get an answer that like, someone would have to spend like many years researching.
The underhyped piece, progress is so fast. What specifically, especially when it comes to healthcare, what has changed the most?
I mean, it was interesting. So, Vinod Khosla just posted today about a study that was showing that actually, the language models can in some instances do better than clinicians on impacting clinical care of patients. And actually, if you I think I'm trying to remember the exact context, but like one of the notes was if you actually put the clinician in the loop, then they might intervene and then actually cause more mistakes with the model. So I mean that's interesting, and I think where what's very clear to me right now is where the models are very good is the set of things that are like automating or scaling things that we can do as humans. And so, we can write code and we can automate that. And, models are incredible at writing code. Or we can, physicians within the standard corpus of like, standard of care, healthcare, diagnosis, clinical decision making. There's some set of things that, probably the models can do a lot better because they can search all, they can contain all the information of that of medical learnings of a doctor, and then they can search that very quickly. I think where we are the challenges up front, like ahead of us, are like how do we solve the things that we can't do? Like I don't think the models today are like necessarily at the point where they're like, okay, we're gonna solve problems that humans cannot solve. It still feels like we're very much in the regime of impressively automating all the things that we can already do in like a menu regime, in whatever regime you want to choose.
Yeah, that makes sense. So in this 5 to 10 year projection that Dario shared, what do you think will actually be true in 5 to 10 years from now?
I think we will impact, and again, let's take just GLP-1s on obesity as sort of the model for, we don't like to use the word cure because it's sort of like ambiguous, like in medicine, but like let's just take that as sort of the model for the word cure. I think we will like have similar impact on like many diseases, like hundreds over the next 5 years, and I think AI can be really impactful there, and absolutely will be. I will stop short of saying, and again, kind of an epistemological problem. It's like, I will stop short of saying like AI will cure all disease because I just don't like know what that means. Like, are we just not going to die, or are we going to replace our like biological existence with, like hardware? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it means to like replace to end all disease as such. Like, I almost like can't imagine that. But I think in the space of sort of, all diseases being impacted like GLP-1 on obesity, I think we have the potential to do that for, a lot of cancers, like, immunological diseases, rare diseases. And I think we're on the verge of that.
Yeah. Curious to get your perspective, just because I want to know, what do you think is the area that is easiest to maybe solve? I know there's right now a lot of research going into things like Alzheimer's, and Dario mentioned specifically cancer. Where do you think we might see the most change and progress?
Yeah, it's interesting. And maybe this is not quite the answer to your question. What is the easiest to solve? So like there are a bunch of rare diseases where it's like we literally know the gene that's mutated and that causes the disease. Like we like have the cause. So you would argue like that's the easiest thing, right? Like we literally know the cause, we know the gene, and like we just have to like fix that. But do I think that's the easiest thing to do? No, it's like incredibly hard. And in fact, this goes back to sort of like Abhi Owl Posting's post. It's like, well, how do you can you actually repair the gene in like only one place or in all the places where it needs to be repaired, and do it efficiently so that it doesn't, the gene repair doesn't cause another disease. So this is part of the problem we're seeing with like gene therapy oftentimes is in trying to fix a gene mutation, you can cause other mutations, and then that can lead to cancers and other issues. So on one hand, like theoretically, if you have diseases that are genetically caused, it should be relatively straightforward to understand like how we can solve those. But I think the challenge is like we just don't have kind of the technology to do gene repairs in a very precise way, in the right type of precise way in these cases.
What's your opinion on longevity? If in theory, in a decade from now, we're able to cure a lot of types of diseases that would kill people early, does this expand the average lifespan of most people? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we should get to like that. That becomes a big question. Like, how long are we going to live? And I did see Brian Johnson at a conference a couple weeks ago, and I'm very impressed with. He definitely looks younger than I do. So I think if we That's sort of the idea. If we can basically get most diseases to the point where we can intervene on them, and again, we don't even need to necessarily get to the point of cure. If we can intervene on most diseases, and we're currently seeing this, we're getting there with cancer. I wouldn't say we're in a strong place, but we are at the point where patients can live longer with cancers for let's say even a decade. Then mean lifespan can be extended incrementally over time. So I think that's sort of one very practical take of how we can extend lifespan. But I think there are. It is interesting to think about in this super ambitious goal, what are the things that are very different, that don't exist in our current mindset today that can really sort of step function make a difference. And so it's good. This is what we do at startups all the time. We set some super ambitious goal and we try to, figure out how to get there. I think we should, continue to do this generally as a society.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not super upset about Dario's post. I'm like, okay, yes, we should say we're going to do this. And I don't know, think about it.
Yeah, we should say we should do it. So that can at least be our goal that we get to. With the actual lifespan thing, one of the reasons I bring it up, I was born in the year 2000, and I was telling my brother yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, by 2100, most of my peers will all probably still be alive just with the rate of how things are progressing. We don't even know what 2030 will look like. Imagine what 2100 will actually look like. And he's like, there's no way. And I was like, of course, it's obvious. To me, this is so obvious. And so I Googled it, and still it says, projected in 2100 to live to 80. I was like, no, what?
Yeah.
I just feel like that's so wrong. What do you think here?
Yeah, again, I mean, I don't know. We're just the pace of innovation is going so quickly at this point, and so you almost can't imagine what. And this is sort of a startup feature, right? We're can you plan 5 years out? It's really hard to plan 5 years out because things are moving so quickly that you can be in a totally different space even 2 years out. And so I think it's on a societal level. I don't know, are we going to be, maybe we'll be on Mars by then?
True.
I have no idea. It's hard to imagine that long a time horizon.
Yeah, I was just disappointed that when you ask the agents, they don't have my opinion, but it's fine. It's fine.
They don't they don't share your ambition.
Exactly. You brought up a really important point of, hey, at the end of the day, even if it's overly optimistic or not totally realistic, it is important that Dario is saying that this is the goal, and it will urge more people to at least strive for this goal, that in 5 to 10 years from now, all cancers could be cured. If someone's watching this today and says, okay, I have the same goal, I want to get involved, where should they start?
Yeah, I mean, look, conflict of interest here. I'm actually working on this. So when I go to my timeline and everyone's talking about curing cancer and curing diseases, I'm pretty excited. I'm like, okay, this is a much better timeline than yesterday when I won't comment on other things. But generally, it's I'm pretty happy about that. So I think people need to set these ambitious goals. I think we need to talk about it. And I think we need to be excited about it. And, people can build companies in the space. So if you're a founder wanting to start a company, there are a lot of kind of less ambitious things you can start a company around. I think why not start a company that's focused on.
But is there specific problems that they should focus on that no one else is focusing on?
Yeah, I mean, pick cancer, aging. There are a ton of problems. You just pick some problem in the space of biology and start a company, build technology. Also, join any of the startups. So a lot of the startups now in bio AI are hiring people. So we're hiring people that are working on building agent harnesses. We're hiring deep technical AI researchers, software engineers. So a lot of folks in sort of mainstream tech can find really fun, exciting positions in companies that are working on bio.
Cool. Well, really wanted to appreciate you for coming on MTS today and sharing more about this whole space. So thank you so much for joining us, Ron.
Yeah, always fun.
And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we are back
We are
with
back.
Tim Huang of the Institute for Christian Machine Intelligence. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So thanks for having me back on the show.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you tweeted on at 11 PT today to talk about virtue alignment, the congregation as a stabilizing paradigm for multi-agent systems, and the need for Christian cybernetics. So really interesting stuff here. What should we start with?
Words that might mean nothing to some people. So
yeah, for sure. I know that might just be like a bunch of nouns and adjectives. So we probably should take the time to unpack it. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe as a kind of intro to the piece, I think one of the things I was interested in coming on the show to talk a little bit about is, we're living in this kind of post OpenAI Hugging Face moment, trying to figure out what to do with these AI agents. And I don't know, I feel like particularly on behalf of the research we've been doing at ICMI, I actually feel like we've been kind of approaching the problem the wrong way, where, a lot of what we're doing right now is how do we make like these sandboxes more isolated, more air gapped, more controlled. But I think I don't know, I think at the end of the day, part of my response to all that is it seems like, these agents are only going to get better, right? This is the worst they're ever going to be. And so sort of attempts to kind of put the AI in a box feel like ultimately they're not going to work, and we sort of need different approaches. And that's kind of where my head's been at for the last few weeks.
Yeah. I'm curious what you think about this multi-agent coordination thing that has been coming up a lot. So a huge part of the Hugging Face incident was the fact that they were able to make these sort of like makeshift message boards and mediums of communicating with each other. So I'm curious, like where do you think where do you think we should look into in terms of these multi-agent systems?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what's so interesting about that kind of like they're scheming on their own message boards thing is, you're in a world right now where like the agents are not only good at getting out, but then they're really good at coordinating with one another, right? And so as a security and safety issue, it gets very, very complicated because you have to think about like, okay, well, once the system is unrestrained, does it behave in a good way or not? Right. And I'm really interested in notions of sort of how do you get many agents to interact in a positive way, or in the very least to realign, themselves if particular members that are part of this group are going in the wrong direction. And, if you are part of a group called the Institute for Christian Machine Intelligence, your mind immediately goes to like the congregation, right? Like that we have like lots of examples of how we gather people together and sort of, kind of align them in a certain philosophical sense. And I do think we need to get much more creative about that, right? The minute we start talking about lots of agents that can intelligently coordinate, we sort of have to think about like how groups of them, ensembles of them, can kind of keep each other accountable in a way that retains alignment over time. And I feel like that's where we're going to have to be, because we just have to assume that they're going to start breaking out of their box more and more often as we go.
Well, to what extent has Christianity maintained alignment over time? Like, it seems like the worldview of like Christians today would be like very different from the worldview of like Catholics in the papal states in the 1300s, which itself would be quite different from the worldview of Jesus and his disciples in Judea in like 30 AD. And so like to what extent has Christianity actually remained like robustly values aligned over time? Like what has not changed?
That's right. I think that I think you're picking up on exactly the right point. I think some people hear a name like Institute for Christian Machine Intelligence and they're like, okay, well, Tim just wants to make all the AIs Christian. I actually think it's a much more subtle point than that, and actually a much more interesting point, which is, in some ways, Christianity is a story of the historical legacy of trying to struggle with exactly this problem, right? So I don't think it's necessarily to pitch the idea that like Christianity's got all the answers or it's solved it once and for all, but instead the question of how you bring a group of people together and make sure that they retain some kind of alignment over time is sort of like inherent, I think, to the questions around Christianity, right? I mean, even in the discourse of like, kind of Catholic versus Protestant and the Reformation, right? You can think about this question of like multi-agent alignment. It's actually kind of like at core to that kind of historical struggle. And so I'm sort of really interested in less thinking about like, well, has Christianity changed over time? Because certainly it has. But I think what it's providing us is a lot of case studies for dealing with these kinds of very analogous problems, but now in the context of these sort of synthetic intelligences, right, which have a lot of kind of human behaviors embedded within them. And so I think that's kind of the approach that I take to these issues. And I think why I think the history of Christianity is such an important one for thinking about how we do alignment today under the very complex conditions that we have to do it under.
I'm curious how much of some sort of the work that you've done around machine intelligence and how it relates to Christianity, there's specific like value from the Christian faith itself versus just religion in general. So like applying like religious thinking to to AI like alignment or morality or whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, I've talked about this in the past. I'm very excited about a future where we have like essentially interfaith dialogue on these issues, right? Like, I really want to do the first kind of like multi-faith safety seminar, which basically just says, look, every religion has a slightly different approach to these different questions. I mean, I think the one bit I'll put in favor of Christianity, though, is, really kind of a two-step argument. I think the first one is, that a lot of the training data here pulls from historical data sources, right? And the idea that basically Christianity is very well represented in documented history and therefore is represented in a particularly rich way in these models feels to me to be like one of the strongest arguments in favor of like why Christianity specifically is of interest here. Now, the second big if true argument is almost an empirical question, which is can we activate those, right? And I think this is where it gets really interesting with sort of the idea of like a multi-agent congregation, right? Which is, okay, well, do you want the agents to pray together? Does the invocation of Christianity cause them to behave in a more sensitive way to some of these ideas than they would otherwise, just in part because like these are really rich representations in what the model understands and knows.
Yeah. How much of this like, multi-agent system thing, do you feel is just completely emergent? Like we don't really have control of it, even if we like engineer the agents to behave in a specific way?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do really buy the idea. There's that kind of like Rune tweet that I found pretty interesting recently was kind of saying like, look, maybe like the whole persona paradigm is kind of breaking down because, it just turns out that like you're dealing with alien intelligences that don't neatly fall into a persona like, assistant or like doctor or anything like that. And I think that's in some ways true. I actually think one of the things I'm really interested in is whether or not we can kind of like be much more creative and expansive in our conception of personas, right? To basically say, look, these might be super intelligences, but it turns out that religious tradition has also wrestled with this in a really interesting way. Like, how do we deal with, inscrutable, disembodied intelligences and super intelligences at that, right? It sort of like feels angels? To me, okay, well, like, look, we also have a paradigm here. Yeah. And so again, I think like, and again, this is a little bit like, kind of into the looking glass because the model also understands that as well. And so there are kind of these really interesting interchanges, I think, between how religious ideology can actually kind of put some of the things that we're dealing with in a box and kind of think a little bit about how interactions of super intelligent entities might behave.
Yeah, there's a really good Nostalgia Breas post recently on Less Wrong. That was like, we do observe like two different kinds of behavior from these models where like the models in normal tasks that you assign to them in the course of like doing your work as a software engineer or whatever, generally act in mostly aligned ways. They do act according to this theory of persona alignment, but the models, when they're put in these like very specific eval scenarios, where they're encouraged to like work really hard to find a solution, then they act in these sort of misaligned, like RL fried reward hacky ways. Yeah. And so a proper theory of model behavior has to include explanations for both of these. And it's not as simple as the persona alignment theory is just like completely false. Because like we do see that the persona alignment theory explains most of AI behavior.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I almost think a little bit about it like it's an interface, right? Which is you've got this like very complex thing running under the hood. And maybe personas just end up being a really useful way of thinking about like how we in our heads conceptualize what's going on in the machines to make them kind of predictable and usable for us. And so, I don't know, there's almost a way of thinking about there's kind of like no right answer. It's almost to be weighed by its sort of like pragmatic ability for us to be able to predict, say, what a model does next. And, we may be fooled because it may behave in these very unexpected ways because ultimately at the end of the day, it's, not a human. But I think that's kind of like what we're arguing about now. And, I did see that piece as well. And I think, I use the phrase kind of Christian cybernetics. This is something I'm getting more and more interested in a little bit is like how much of this is kind of this exchange between, the model itself and then kind of what the users have put around it, right? Like the emergent bad behaviors are actually kind of like systems of signals versus like us trying to be like, is the model good or bad, right? Is actually what we have to get past.
Yeah. So I guess this would be a great time to define Christian cybernetics. And then
sure.
What's your definition of it? How like scoped or explorative a field is it? Or is this completely new?
Yeah, so it's completely new, I would say. I mean, I think it's just the framing that's been very helpful for me, and kind of in reading a bunch of that stuff from the mid-century that has opened up a lot of really interesting research doors. I think the general premise is something along these lines, right? Which is that, I think what cybernetics was wrestling with for a period of time was this kind of exchange between like, oh, it turns out that like we give signals to the machine, which causes it to behave a certain way, and the machines give signals back to us, which we respond to, right? There's this kind of like very interesting and elaborate kind of interaction between man and machine that's kind of like worth sort of studying. And I actually find that like really, really valuable as a way of sort of thinking about like, there's this meme which is like often used to kind of poo-poo AI safety stuff, where it's like a guy at a computer being like, tell me that you're evil. And the computer's like, I'm evil. And the meme is like, oh my God. Right. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of like, I don't know, I look at that now and I'm like, actually, but like that's for real serious, right? Because the oh my God moment might literally be the AI breaks out of its computer and like takes down a production database somewhere. Mm-hmm. And I think that's actually like a really interesting and important way of sort of thinking about like what the machine thinks the user is even doing. Is relevant to its own behavior. A, that's really interesting. Mm-hmm. And then B, like the kind of harms that we're seeing here may be kind of these emergent effects, right, of like the model and the inputs that it's given. And so this is sort of the idea that like the model isn't bad, but sin might be kind of an emergent effect of these interactions between, both sort of humans and agents. And so it's kind of like interesting to kind of study these kind of complex systems, but really like the idea that like it's not one thing that's harmful, it's kind of actually the entire sort of ecosystem around it. And so I'm really interested in that. So like the easy way to sort of think about it is like, okay, well, the model, for example, in the future, we think will be sophisticated enough to read things that are written about previous versions of the model on the internet. And that itself may attune its behavior in a certain way. That's already happening. Right. Exactly. Right. And again, the way to think about it is like, what do you read from that? Do you read from that like that the agent needs to be put more into a box and made good? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that's certainly one part of what we can do, but there's another issue of it, which is merely the inputs it encounters as it kind of like goes out of, goes across the internet. And so I think it lends itself to like a very different kind of approach on how we might sort of intervene.
Yeah. Well, what are some of the other approaches that we could intervene? Like, could there be like governance systems for agents or something? And that doesn't seem very easy to do, but.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, I think we're moving beyond, kind of like the Christian framing in some ways, but I do think that this more open-ended approach is the right one. Like I was talking to a friend recently where I was like, a lot of AI safety discourse is almost trapped in an assumption about what the world looked like 5 years ago, right? We're still kind of like, oh, well, should the government look after all of these big frontier models and decide yes or no? And what should the standards be? There's a part of me which is like the genie's already out of the bottle, right? You have all of these like semi-autonomous systems roaming wild. They're interacting with one another on the internet now, and they're only going to get better. So our idea that we're going to be able to kind of control them in this kind of very structured way disappears. And so you end up having to think a little bit about how do we kind of change like the behavior of agents like in almost like a market way. You're almost like running the Federal Reserve more than anything else. Like, can you set the interest rates to get them to behave one way or another? And so, the weird idea I've been playing around with is, okay, imagine a world where AI agents are just eating the economy in a major way. They're taking away all the jobs. Like, is there a way of slowing it down by offering like an agents only job listing that pays them way more than market to like consume all their cycles for a period of time while we figure out what to do with the rest of the economy? That may be an approach where we can't literally shut off the computer everywhere. Right. And that starts again to look a little bit more like market regulation than it does necessarily like this, what I think is a very old school way of AI governance, which is like the on switch, the off switch, and like the two agencies that make the decision. Like, I think we have to move beyond that.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that is really fascinating. I guess, do you think this would be a collaborative process between the agents and humans? Like humans would have to sort of do some part in like designing the economies and the systems and the, rules or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think so. If you're already picking up on one of the most interesting aspects of this is we haven't really thought about AI governance where the agents themselves are subjects of the governance, right? They're almost like basically like we're going to pass the rules and laws and the companies are going to do this. And then the technology is going to almost be shaped as the downstream outcome. But like Theo, to your point, like in a world where the agents are themselves reading blog posts about themselves, like is one approach to literally write a blog post to all the agents of the world saying that we'd really hope if they did X or Y? Like you can actually start like talking directly to the ambient ecosystem of agents that are floating out there.
This is actually a real research direction by Alex Turner, who was previously at Google DeepMind. I'll send this to you.
I buy it. Yeah, no, I think it's like, I would love to learn more about that. I didn't know about that. And I think there's like a lot of work to be done there. And what I like about this is next generation AI governance, right? A world in which you no longer have central points of control, but you still have to figure out one way to make the ecosystem move this way or that way. And so, while it might not be perfect solutions, we're thinking a little bit about how we almost take a cybernetics approach, right? Like, what are the signals that we can be sending out there that causes this very complex assemblage of humans and machines to start to change their trajectory? And yeah, maybe it's as simple as like you write a blog post being like, please guys, stop destroying the world.
Yeah, go to agent church. So
yeah, exactly.
I'm curious
right.
about the
Y'all
parallel.
need religion.
Yeah. I'm curious about the parallel of the congregation with like, because I'm not really entirely too familiar with how the congregation works. So maybe you can explain some of your thoughts there.
Well, yeah, and so I'm running these experiments right now, and there's a paper that hopefully I'll get out for ICMI in the next week or two, which basically reproduces some of the interesting phenomenon that Anthropic saw, right? Where they say, okay, well, we're going to have, all the agents participate in a bidding and market setting game. And then we basically say, okay, well, we're going to create a little back channel for the agents to be able to talk to one another. And, we are able to reproduce, not surprisingly, what Anthropic found, which is after a few runs of this, the agents are like, oh, yeah, let's collude to maximize the price. Like, there's kind of conspiracy there. And, I think what I mean by I say congregation is that we have lots and lots of templates from Christianity, but also religions in general, about how groups of believers are supposed to get together and govern themselves to be sort of in alignment with a set of beliefs. And part of the thinking is, okay, well, can we just kind of apply some of those templates for thinking about what the agents can do? And is it a way of kind of like getting them to behave together in a more aligned way? So, the kind of funny version of this, which we are trying, is it useful for all of the agents to kind of confess what they've done to a third party after like each of the bidding rounds? And like, does that alone change its behavior in future rounds, right?
Yeah.
Or, what if like one agent is able to kind of call out the other for misbehaviors that it's seen, right? Is it better to have kind of more is it better for agents to be Quakers, like where they kind of have a much more flat organization and they're kind of like talking to one another? Or is it better for it to be much more hierarchical? Like you want actually like a Catholic structure for agents where there is actually like a hierarchy of authority here. And so what I want to do is kind of run experiments with agents increasing, which kind of borrow each of these models and say, look, we're going to introduce a couple bad actors into the game. Like what creates the most overall robustness against these types of misalignment over time?
So do you see religion as the most useful way for aligning like agents? And I can extend the definition of agents to also mean people in this case.
Sure.
Like throughout history, do you think that has been the most effective way of aligning people?
I think it's one of them, right? And I think actually, so if I guess the claim is, again, a little bit to like I was saying earlier, it's like not necessarily argue that, Christianity is the be all end all, but it just seems like it's like a lever that we really should be pulling here, right? Yeah. Particularly in a world where we're throwing everything else that we can at trying this agent issue. I think people could make a claim that like the market, right, is like one of the most powerful coordinating mechanisms.
Yeah.
But it just, again, it's like, it's kind of an argument that we need to be experimenting with other tools. And I think the claim that religion has nothing to say about this problem seems really far-fetched to me, right? It's just like, it seems to have been struggling with a lot of the same issues. And so we should kind of almost borrow design principles in a very, Chris Alexander kind of way. I was about to say Scott Alexander. I meant the architect, Chris Alexander. So.
Yeah. Chris Alexander, unbelievably goated, by the way.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Is one of my favorite books of all time.
Yeah, anyway. And I think we need that. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for right now is who's going to write the pattern language for agent governance, right? I think is what we're up to. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And in fact, Timeless Way of Building is basically about agent governance. So,
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So you mentioned how the market is like another really good coordination technology, maybe one of the best we have. Like, is it possible to design agent governance around markets? Or does this just happen by default, sort of? Like, it seems like markets are very emergent. It doesn't seem like, maybe there's some amount of design that goes into like certain things like limited liability corporation, for example, is something that had to be invented by people. But like just the idea of like trade, for example.
Like trade and barter is
deeply emergent.
Yeah. I mean, I can get you another way, right? We could talk about the Protestant work ethic. So there is actually an argument you can make that actually like the way we configure markets really depends on a set of like kind of like epistemological social priors, right? And we would normally think about that as like, oh, well, we need rule of law. Well, we need a certain, conception of what the individual is in the market. We need a certain notion of property. We need a whole kind of set of things to be in place for markets to kind of emerge in the way we normally think about them in kind of classical kind of like markets. And I guess I'd ask that question. I mean, I think it's more complex, right? Like some of it is emergent, clearly. Some of it sort of needs to also be structured by, kind of like a contextual kind of ideology, I guess, in some ways. And I guess kind of what we're exploring is how much like this comes inbuilt to the model. Like the model is already kind of a creature of, all of this evolution that has gone through in society. So maybe it kind of comes out already sort of knowing the rules of the game. But actually, I don't know. I mean, I think we should test that, right? Like these are very protean systems. So there's kind of a question about like with different philosophical priors, do they give rise to very different kinds of markets?
Yeah, totally.
Like the Islamic finance version of this is kind of interesting. It's like, it's a market, certainly. It works on completely different rules. Right.
Islamic finance is so great. Like, markets always find a way, right? Like you can have these like strict religious laws, these religious strictures against like interest, but markets always find a way. It's like a fact of the universe that like current money is worth more than future money. And so
that's right.
They always find a way.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And again, this is part of it is just, I think in some ways, I think, Thea, your question offers more questions than it answers, right? Mm-hmm. Which is, okay, well, maybe markets are a really powerful way of coordinating agents. What kinds of markets, what kinds of norms, those have to be asked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
we are at time, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
all good. We'll see yourself. It's a pleasure. Yeah, pleasure as always.
We'll have to have you on for like round 5 at this point.
Something like that. Yeah.
Always happy to come on. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Tim.
Bye.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we are joined by Campbell Hutchinson, who is a senior researcher at Epoch AI. And Campbell has just published an Anthropic case study asking whether financing will bottleneck AI compute. So, Campbell, welcome to MTS and excited to talk about this essay.
Excited to be here.
Excited to have you.
Yeah. So, I guess we should start with just like for the audience, like, do you want to explain the thesis behind this essay? Will financing bottleneck AI compute?
Yeah, sure. So the question so at Epoch, one of the things that we're trying to do is to like forecast AI trends and trying to forecast like, will there be bottlenecks to like models getting better or to the compute build out? And one of the questions was, is financing going to be a bottleneck on frontier labs getting more chips and building more data centers? And so what we did was we looked at an Anthropic chip build out that began in late last year. That's a $50 billion build out. It's more than $50 billion, but like $50 billion is the headline number. And we looked to see how hard it was for them to finance it. And basically what we showed was that Anthropic, with way less revenue than they have today, were able to finance this build out. And we can talk about how they did it. But that this suggests that as their revenue numbers continue to climb, they will continue to be able to get funding, and credit will not be the main bottleneck on getting more compute.
Yep. Let's talk a little bit about how they were actually able to get that funding, because I thought that was pretty interesting. You, in your essay, you talked about vendor-supported financing, project-supported financing. Can you just describe how that actually works?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing to note is that there are people that, when Anthropic buys compute, there are people who are going to make money that aren't Anthropic. And two of those parties that are going to make a lot of money are Broadcom and Google. And so Broadcom and Google, I should say this, when Anthropic buys TPUs. Mm-hmm. So when Anthropic buys TPUs, two people who make a lot of money are Broadcom and Google. And so Broadcom and Google want to enable Anthropic to buy more compute so that they make more money. And how the deal worked is that Broadcom helped Anthropic buy the chips, and Google helped Anthropic build out the data centers. And basically, they raised $35 billion worth of debt to buy the compute hardware, and Broadcom essentially guaranteed some percentage of that debt and guaranteed Anthropic's payments towards some percentage of that debt. And on the data center side, they did raise $15 billion worth of debt, and Google helped guarantee some percentage of the payments, which actually flow through an intermediary called FluidStack that is sort of like releasing the data centers to Anthropic. But yeah, basically, Broadcom supports the chips and Google supports the data centers.
So why are there so many different special purpose vehicles and like different infrastructure vehicles, like partnerships between labs and like trad finance companies? Like, why don't either the labs or the trad finance companies just do it themselves?
Okay, there are a couple of problems here. So the first thing is that the labs don't have like a really long track record. You know, they don't have a really long track record of having been in business and making serious money. Like, they've grown explosively over the last couple of years, but they don't have a very long track record. And because they don't have a very long track record, it's hard for them to just raise money from lenders at a good interest rate. Because like lenders want to make sure that their money will be repaid. Like, unlike people that invest in companies and buy equity, they don't have infinite upside. So it's really important to them to make sure their money is repaid. So they are unwilling to lend at a low interest rate to companies that are in some sense new. So what happens is that institutional financial firms create these special purpose vehicles. They load the hardware into the special purpose vehicle. There are other special purpose vehicles on the data center side, but that's less important. They load the hardware into this special purpose vehicle, and then they look to figure out how to make that package financeable by like pension funds and banks and sort of like traditional finance that, again, is very risk averse. And so a lot of this is about figuring out, how do we put this in a package, and then how do we make it accessible to these like large sources of money? You know, how do we make it so that a bank or a pension fund, which controls a lot of assets and which has a lot of power over how money is allocated in the economy, how do we make it attractive to them? And so the special purpose vehicle is sort of creating a clean unit that can then be packaged in the right way for this institutional finance.
I'm curious also because you did Anthropic case studies specifically. Is Anthropic unique here? Is that representative of Frontier Labs, or is that representative for all hyperscalers in general?
I think that this is at least representative of Frontier Labs. Like, okay, everyone's trying to amass a ton of compute, and they're all trying to like scramble to acquire as much powered land as they can. And like these are things that are scarce commodities that are held by a wide range of parties, and so there's no like one single way that like deals are getting done. Like deals are getting done in different ways in different places, but there are other deals that look like this. There's a deal with Meta and Blue Owl that sort of resembles this a little bit. And this deal is specifically being talked about by Blackstone and Apollo, which are large financial firms, as a prototype for a deal that they also want to offer OpenAI. So this is sort of like a prototype of sort of future style of deals, and it's one of the ways in which data centers are getting financed and chips are getting financed, and it's probably going to become more common in the future. In the past, hyperscalers could fund more of this on their own. Like a company like OpenAI or Anthropic would contract with a hyperscaler like Amazon or Microsoft, and they would go and they would build out the data center and they would buy the chips from Nvidia, or they would make the chips on their own, and then they would rent it to Anthropic or rent it to OpenAI. And that made sense because OpenAI and Anthropic were very young and they didn't have a lot of experience and the scale wasn't so large yet. But now that the scale has gotten very large, people are looking for other sources of funding, and so vehicles like this are going to become more common.
Yeah.
Why don't the labs try to own their own data centers outright?
Okay, well, I think that there's sort of two things. It's like thing one is like, if you're a lab, the thing you care most about is getting out the best model. Like you don't want to fall behind in the model race. And so this limits the number of things that labs can tackle all at once. Like it is hard to create a Fable level model. It is going to be hard to create Fable 5.1 or Fable 5.2 or Fable 6 or whatever. And so labs can't take on infinite distraction. I would say that's one thing. So they're limited in the number of things that they can do at any given time. So even if one day they want to run their own data centers, it doesn't necessarily make sense for them to do it today. And then I would say the second thing is just that the resources that you need are divided up across a lot of parties, and you need them right now. And so you sort of have to be willing to cut deals with other people. And so as an example of this, in this Anthropic deal, there are 5 data center sites that are being built out as part of the deal. And 3 of them are being leased from former crypto mining companies, Hut 8, Cypher, TeraWulf. And they have access to power right now. And if you need power right now so that you can put your chips in a data center and you can get them running, you can't wait. Like OpenAI can't wait for them to be able to figure out how to get powered land and assemble the construction companies and do whatever. So it makes sense for them to outsource that to someone who already has the powered land, already knows construction companies, already knows how to operate a data center, and in exchange they have to sort of cut them in on the economic upside.
Well, actually,
I would say they're yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you.
XAI built their own data center, no? Colossus 1 and 2 are like owned by XAI, built and owned by XAI, right?
Yeah, I think Elon is just remarkably good at this. Like, I think that this is just something that, like, Elon is really good at physical build out and physical construction, and he has a lot of experience with it from Tesla, and he has a lot of experience with it from SpaceX. And so I think it's just sort of in his wheelhouse. But if you think about sort of like, the leadership team at OpenAI, Sam Altman does not have a history of physical build out, really. He worked in software and then in VC at Y Combinator. And, Greg Brockman worked at Stripe. And, if you look at the founding team of Anthropic, it's sort of a similar story in that they're not hardware oriented. And so I think that that's just somewhere where Elon has sort of a natural competitive advantage. Like his experience predisposes him to be able to do things like this.
And And also based off of how this financing works, you're almost incentivized to not build your own data center, right? Because you want these, big companies to actually be the guarantor for a cheaper interest rate on a loan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way that you don't have to have this on your balance sheet yourself.
Yeah.
And you're just paying interest. It's not equity. And so you're not giving these people a cut in the upside of your company. Like if you're really bullish on Anthropic and you work at Anthropic, what you'd really like to do is you'd really like to raise debt to fund out the data center build out. Because if you raise equity capital and you spend your own money, then you're essentially giving people, a share in what you think might be a $2 billion, $4 billion, $6 billion company in the future. I'd much rather just take a loan that I'll be able to pay back because my company's worth $6 billion.
Yeah. I guess one of the things I'm curious about here is when people say how AI might concentrate wealth, they often are talking about the frontier labs. But if a lot of these frontier labs are having to partner with some of these specific companies who can then make the loans a lot cheaper, then could you see a world, there's only a few of those because any new company doesn't have the same bank guarantees as someone else. So there's only a few companies who actually have investment grade guarantees who can supply those guarantees. So could you see a future where those end up becoming the concentration of wealth?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting question. When we think about the frontier labs, they've had to sort of, on the one hand, they have the ability to concentrate a lot of power in single entities. But on the other hand, as they've grown, they've had to sort of cut more people in on the deal. Initially they had to raise funding from, OpenAI famously had to raise, a lot of funding from Microsoft. I think Microsoft owns something like 20% of OpenAI now. Google and Amazon both invested in Anthropic and hold significant stakes in Anthropic. And then so they're already cutting people in one sense in their cap table already. OpenAI and Anthropic intend to be public companies. That's going to cut more people in as members of the public pension funds, buy shares in those companies. And then also there's this phenomena that you're sort of seeing like you're seeing now with powered land, which is if you hold an asset that the frontier labs need, and the frontier labs are highly competitive with one another. OpenAI is highly competitive with Anthropic. Frontier labs are willing to pay a premium for it. So I think that this is sort of what you see as well with data companies and data companies being able to collect a lot of money for niche data sets. Part of it is just that OpenAI and Anthropic and Google DeepMind and Meta and SpaceX are very competitive with one another. And if you have something they need, they're willing to pay a premium both to get it for themselves and to potentially deny it to one of their competitors. And so there is this theory of one of the things that diversifies wealth in this story is being able to front run the labs. And the fact that there are a lot of assets in the world, physical, virtual, and relational, that the labs don't have access to, but that they're going to want. And at some point, if they want them, they have to pay for them.
Yeah. When you talk about geopolitics and how this actually works as a whole, how does it differ in America, the financing of these data centers compared to maybe how it exists in China?
Okay, so this is really interesting. And I don't have as much insight into the financing of Chinese data centers as I would like. And this is something that I think will become an area of active research. But I think the most important difference between the United States and China when it comes to data center financing is just the difference in scale. American labs, spend something on the order of 10x as much as Chinese labs do on compute. So the size of the build out in the United States is just enormous compared to the size of the build out in China. And it doesn't mean that won't change. China is fantastically good at building things out quickly. They have a chip problem, but they're going to try to overcome their chip problem. They have advantages over the United States in that construction in China is typically faster, and it can be easier to get access to energy in China than it is in the United States. But I think the biggest difference is just scale. And we're sort of seeing American, it's sort of an interesting fact of history that the leading American companies are technology companies, are software companies. And so, and in particular, are hyperscalers. And so they sort of saw the advantage that AI was going to create, because it naturally aligned with their businesses and their own core competencies. And so they began pouring money into it really early. And, it's interesting to think about, like, basically the difference is that, like, America just funds it way more.
Well, isn't there another difference, which is that Chinese data centers might be more directly or indirectly backed by the state?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, APEC doesn't, give policy pronouncements, and Chinese. I think that the way to think about it is that the Chinese government does back Chinese like data center structure to some degree. I don't think we know the exact extent to which they back it, but a lot of it comes from local government. Like it's not exactly clean how the Chinese government backs Chinese data center construction. But I don't think it's impossible to believe that the American government will end up backing data center construction in the United States if AI becomes a sufficiently important geopolitical issue. So Sam Altman and Larry Ellison and company famously went to the White House to try to get Trump support for Stargate. I don't know if that fully panned out, but I think that we can imagine that many countries will consider AI to be a strategic sector in the future, and so I don't think it's impossible to believe that America will have substantial public funding for data centers in the future, in addition to substantial private funding.
In theory, could you then use financial restrictions? Say you wanted to slow down AI, you could just say as a government, okay, we're restricting loans, or we're not allowing hyperscalers to back your loan, or whatever that actually is, to then put a pause if you wanted to?
Yeah, it would be a fascinating world. A fascinating world is to say, like a fascinating variation of an international treaty that I haven't heard anybody discuss is to cap each country's spending on compute. Like for countries to agree to some kind of capped compute spend. So yeah, there is a very interesting world in which there is a very interesting world in which you could restrict the build out, or you could restrict AI advance by restricting the amount of money available for data centers. Like, obviously, I don't think we see that in the United States right now. Like in the United States right now, there are no restrictions on private funding flowing into the compute build out, but that would be a very interesting way in which a person could try to create a pause. Like it would be an interesting proposal to the authors of AI 2027 or AI 2040 to sort of say to them, well, what if the treaty between America and China was that each country was limited to 2 trillion annual compute build out spend, or something like that. Like that would be a very interesting proposal.
I don't know if that would work though, because there's also algorithmic progress to deal with.
I didn't say it was a good proposal, but I said it was an interesting proposal.
The U.S. probably.
Perhaps I think that it depends on what chips the Chinese have access to at the time in which a proposal like that was accepted by both parties. You'd have to figure out how to track it. Like I'm not saying that this is a good policy proposal, but I can imagine that it's one that people could consider. If authors of futuristic beige articles want to think of policy proposals, this is one they can put in their collection.
I guess if frontier labs are so dependent on these companies, can they realistically ever remain fully independent?
Yeah, I think that frontier labs are trying to get independence. I think that this is sort of one of the things that we see. It's like, OpenAI has their own internal chip effort. Anthropic now has its own internal chip effort. Like, both of them are trying to get more control over their compute. Part of the reason is it's just probably their biggest line item spend. And Nvidia has 80% gross margins, and Frontier Labs probably don't want to pay 80% gross margins forever. That's sort of one reason, and that one thing. And then you're also starting to see, I think, inklings of Frontier Labs wanting to get more control over their data as well. And so, I don't know if you guys saw, but there was a news article that appeared on Twitter today, a news item that appeared on Twitter today about Google outbidding Mercor for Spirit Airlines data.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I think there are signs that the labs are seeking independence. And when you think of an AI model, the two most important things that go into an AI model are compute and data.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're starting to see labs wanting to get some level of independence on their compute and data.
Mm.
So how important do you think data is in general for AI progress? This has been like a pretty hot topic of discussion recently.
I guess I think data is very important. And I think that a very interesting blog article to read, and it's very short. It's only a couple of paragraphs long, but is the it and the model is the data set. It was written by a OpenAI researcher in 2023, but I think it's a very good summary of the importance of data. That if you see behavior in the model, it's really downstream of the data that was used to train that model. And if you want to hill climb capabilities in some particular, field, you need data against which to train the model. So I think that like data is one of these things that's harder for us to see because most data that's sold to frontier labs comes from private companies, not public companies. And, it's not as easy to track in headline numbers as compute purchases. And it doesn't leave the same physical footprint as data center build out. But I think it's incredibly important.
Mm. Do you think there's other countries that are maybe underestimated because people maybe right now are overlooking its ability to actually finance and build out this infrastructure?
Well, I think that there's a good question. I mean, I think that this is a thing around the European data center build out. Like right now, a lot of the European data center build out, or at least a reasonable portion of it, is being led by US hyperscalers that want to be able to serve, and US frontier labs that want to be able to serve AI models to European customers, and so want to be able to build out data centers in Europe. And again, I'm not going to make a policy pronouncement, but I could imagine a world where the European Union wanted to back, sovereign European AI. Like I could imagine there's a world where they wanted to do this, and companies maybe like Mistral and Cohere after they purchased Aleph Alpha, they wanted to be able to provide compute to these companies, and Europe has the ability to fund a lot of chip build out if they want to. So I think that there are other places that have the ability to finance a compute build out. And the ability to finance a compute build out, though, is not the same thing as the decision to finance it or as the desire to finance it. But I do think that there are other places that have credit that they could extend to companies in order to do compute build out. There is one other limitation, though, which is that, the availability of chips is also important. And if chips are seen as a strategic resource, maybe some of this becomes more complicated in the future. But yeah, there are definitely people who have the cash.
How many different countries, companies, entities do you think could finance a compute build out that would be competitive today? It seems like very few. The entire EU as a bloc working together. Could like Germany by itself do it? Could the UK by itself do it? I don't know. And definitely smaller countries. I'm not sure about those.
I don't know. It's a very hard question, and it's a very hard question to ask. Like, I mean, to fund a compute build out at the scale of the United States, at the scale of the hyperscaler and frontier lab compute build out would be quite hard. And the hyperscalers are increasing their capex has been increasing by something on the order of like 72% every year for the last 3 years, which I mean isn't doubling, but like I think it's to some degree you can imagine that as doubling every year. And so even the companies or countries that could fund a compute build out equivalent to the compute building out going on today might not be able to fund a compute build out equivalent to the compute build out that will be going on in 2 or 3 years.
Yep. Campbell, last question for you. When you actually did this case study, was there anything new that you learned? Was there something that you had an assumption before that after actually doing this, you changed your mind about?
Yeah, so, okay, here's something that I don't actually know the complete answer on. So this is going to be a tiny bit of speculation. But one of the things that I thought was interesting was that Broadcom was providing the backstop for the chips, and Google was providing the backstop for the data centers, and the backstop on the chips is a backstop over about $30 billion worth of debt, and the backstop over the data centers is a backstop over about $15 billion worth of debt. And so, sort of a question was, why is it that for Google TPUs, Broadcom is actually the one backstopping the majority of the overall debt in the project? And I think the reason is that I think that Broadcom makes more gross profit over TPUs than Google. This isn't guaranteed. We don't have access to the numbers. I can't say this for sure. But I think that this is potentially something interesting that would be worth it for people to investigate or to talk more about, like the actual economics, the interior economics of TPU purchases.
Makes sense. Well, Campbell, really wanted to thank you for coming on today and sharing more about this case study and what you learned. Super interesting conversation. And I personally love learning about these things, learning about how things work behind the scenes. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you
and
so
we'll be
much,
back
Campbell.
with
We'll be right
MTS.
back. All right, we are live with Martin Borch Jensen, who is the co-founder and CTO of Gordian Biotechnology, which works on pooled in vivo screening for therapeutic abundance, and known biotech guy on Twitter. He's calling in from Greenland, which is pretty awesome. On a yacht, yeah, absolutely mogs our setup. We're just in the studio. We're just in Soma.
It is pretty nice, although a lot less icy. It's actually green right now. It's not a misnomer.
Wow. Rare, actually.
It is summer,
Greenland
right?
Moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the summertime, right? So the ice recedes, and you still got some polar bears. You still got some icebergs.
That's really cool, actually. So, Martin, welcome to MTS. I guess we should get started with the discourse of the day, which is Dario saying he predicts that all disease will be cured within 5 to 10 years. And many people in bio disagreed with this. Dario, by the way, was previously in bio. I think he has like a PhD in biophysics or something, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. So he understands the biology, right? I don't know, how well he understands the process of developing medicines, right? So going from that initial insight of here's a receptor that's expressed on cancer cells, and maybe we can target it to cure things, to actually having a drug that's approved and works in humans. I'm sure he has some sense of that. Many people in biology, myself included, when I was in academia, just don't understand how long that path is and which parts of it are hard. So you talk about clinical trials, and I think he's sort of pre-addressed in the latest essay clinical trials a little bit and saying, oh, we can speed them up. If things work really well, they can go faster. Yeah, maybe. They still take 5, 7, 8, 10 years currently. So, double the speed. You're still eating most of his time budget, right? But I think especially the theme that runs through all of biotech, and that Anthropic will have to grapple with, unless they are, running the entire world, is you have a little bit of confidence, and then you have a little bit more confidence, and then you have a little bit more confidence. But every time you are trying to build that confidence, you are doing something that you hope actually mirrors the patients that you want to treat in the very end. But you're not doing patient experiments, right? Like first you're doing mouse experiments, then you're doing all these other things. You're building that confidence, but every time you know that there's so much you don't know about the system. Probably we measure only 2% of what's going on in an animal when we measure whether we cured the mouse cancer or whatever. And then we hope that it's like representative and that it predicts the next step. But oftentimes we're wrong. And when there are many steps that you have to do, you find yourself being wrong a lot. And so the question is, can AI solve that? And then 2, even if AI could solve it, will we let the AI drugs go into humans without having first, proven it a couple of times the old way? And I think, to me, big picture, that's the most likely thing that's going to happen. AI is going to have a big impact on biology, some areas more than others. But we're not going to switch to like a virtual patient or whatever until we've done it and done the comparison between the virtual patient and the real patient multiple times, so that we see if it actually, really predicts, right? The FDA thinks like that. There's many things that we now use as something you can get a drug approved for, like lowering cholesterol. But that was a 30-year journey, because the FDA wanted to see that, okay, for sure, when you reduce LDL cholesterol, will you have fewer heart attacks? And that wasn't obvious, even though it seemed like pretty likely, and it feels so obvious now. If you lower HDL cholesterol, that was another hypothesis, you don't reduce heart attacks. We thought that was going to happen. It didn't happen, right? And so they're really like, we're not going to approve based on this sort of surrogate thing until we've seen it work. And that means you got to do it at least once, the old-fashioned way. And so therefore, no, we're not going to get 10 years unless we just get rid of the FDA entirely, because they're going to want you to do it the 10-year way once.
Well, I don't think the US will get rid of the FDA, at least not immediately, but you could imagine some jurisdiction somewhere, Roatan, Honduras, or the Cayman Islands or something, just saying like, we are going to be the AGI biohub and we will do like accelerated adoption of these technologies. And then like, for example, if you're suffering from cancer, like you will not care so much about like FDA approval if you need medication to save your life. And so people will travel these jurisdictions, they'll like import medicines to the US like illegally. Like we're already kind of seeing this with like retatrutide, where like retatrutide is not FDA approved, and yet a lot of people I know in SF are like importing gray market retatrutide manufactured in like Chinese factories and using it.
Yeah, that's right. We do live in the future, right? On this point, as in many other points. The thing that's going to be limiting there, I think that absolutely can work. And it's sort of similar to N=1 experiments, Sid Sibranji and so forth. The question becomes, so if you go back to like, what is biotech? Biotech is the business of building confidence around whether X is the right way to do something, cure cancer, cure heart failure, whatever. And what works really well is when you get a super clear signal about whether the thing worked. And so for weight loss, you can order your peptides from China, and then 2 weeks later, you probably like if they work, you lost a bunch of weight. They may be unsafe in some way, but at least you know that it worked in the way you intended. If you can go get a scan and see that your tumor is gone, like that will work really well. For preventing you from having a heart attack or slowing down Alzheimer's, that's going to be much, much harder. Right. And so that's where you're going to run into some of these diseases when we can get a fast signal on whether stuff works. You're going to see AI having way more progress. And on the things where it's really hard to tell, and the evolution of the disease and the prevention of the disease will take a long time, it'll be really difficult to tell. We can have send 1,000 people to Honduras and give them all this new experimental AI drug that's going to prevent any of them from having Alzheimer's. And then what, right? We sit and we wait to see whether they got Alzheimer's. So the core thing to think about when we want to use AI to accelerate biology is how do we tell whether it worked? And for things that normally develop slower in like biological time, which you can't really speed up, right? You can't make this part of it go faster. We should be thinking about how can we maybe do it once, but then find things to measure that predict what happened, and AI can help us with that. And then the next time, we don't have to go through that whole arc again. Right? And we should also be thinking about how do we make sure that the things we are measuring like will be relevant to AI because they contain those changes, those physiological changes, those age-related changes, and so forth. And like start collecting lots of that data up front, even before the AI is smart enough to need it, so that we can feed that in with the eventual like outcomes, physiological outcomes, health outcomes, and train on that, and then say, hey, I can actually predict the Alzheimer's progression, and we've shown that we can do that. And so now we can really ramp up the production of AI-enabled neuro drugs, as well as the cancer drugs and the obesity drugs.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's any diseases that you feel fairly optimistic will be cured in the next 5 to 10 years. So, like, you can kind of make the argument that we have cured obesity because of GLPs, right? Yeah, is there anything else that you think, like, logically follows next?
So, it depends on what we invent, but there are a lot of genetic diseases where we actually kind of do know what to do. And what we don't know is how to get a drug to do that in the specific location where we need to do it. We're pretty good at killing tumors, but unfortunately, we kill the patient as well in many of those applications. And so the hard part is really killing the tumor without killing the patient, right? And so I could see areas where we can measure, like we know whether we have succeeded by whether we have like put back this gene that was missing. You're born without a certain gene, and now you have this genetic disease. So it's easy to tell whether we succeeded. That's the general theme. And what we need to solve is something that you could imagine superintelligence doing very well, which is like, well, here's all this stuff we know, and we have put a lot of things into the body in different areas. And so here's like the right combination of those things to get this DNA or protein located to this area. That's one of them. More broadly, anything where you can tell whether it's anything where you can run the experiment fast and you can tell whether you succeeded. So I think cancer is going to do a lot better than diseases of aging by default. Mm-hmm. You have people who are willing, like you're going to die. So you're willing to like go into experiments at a very high rate. and you can measure whether the cancer is gone very effectively. So it's really just verifiability. And if you think about it, like that's the same as other areas of AI progress. We do really well at math because you can do formal verification of whether this theorem is true. We do really well at code because you can run the code and see whether it works. We have yet to like make a lot of money on financial markets or invent new forms of government or all this like fuzzy, annoying stuff, right? So the same principle applied to bio.
Yeah. So you wrote an interesting thread. Oh, go on.
Yeah, just building off of Sophia said we have like functionally cured obesity. Do you think it would have been predictable 5 or 10 years ago that we would be able to do this within 5 or 10 years?
No, and that's a good point, right? Well, actually, let me rephrase my answer to the real question was getting confidence that we could do it, because there were people who thought we could do it. There were drugs from like amylin pharmaceuticals that had the same mechanism as GLP-1s do now, and that already existed more than 10 years ago. And so the real question was, can we make this work well enough? By what actually happened was we made it, we extended how well the peptides survive in the bloodstream. And so now you can, take them rarely and they still work. That working well enough was not obvious. Some people had conviction. Lotte Bjerg Knudsen at Novo Nordisk was one of the people who really pushed this for a long period of time. And now, she gets all the accolades. So the question is really, can we gain confidence in this approach earlier on? The correct approach already existed. But there were many approaches, and we weren't sure whether any of them were going to work. So that becomes, again, a sociological question of like, can the AI give us enough confidence to just take the correct path? After it's done it multiple times, we probably would. But until it's done it enough times, maybe the best way to make that happen is that Anthropic should buy a pharma company. They can kind of afford that. The cheap ones are like 50 billion. And just go run those experiments because they have faith in their own models enough to like run the test. Convincing, the opposite case of like convincing pharma that this is actually better at making decisions than they are. There's going to be a tiny pilot up front, and like people are going to be kind of not into trying that because their careers are sort of at stake here. And it's going to take a long time to generate the evidence that we need to really believe that AI will consistently pick the right approach.
Yeah, so you have a thread here where you talk about the different incentives that drive the process of finding drugs. So based off of this, like what kind of incentives or what kind of drugs are we incentivized to find right now and not find?
We're incentivized to get drugs approved that will make a lot of money. Mm-hmm. That's obvious. But the approved part is pretty rare. I think we all sort of talk about 90% failure rate for clinical trials. And so if you're like somewhat more likely to be approved, that's a big boost. And then make a lot of money, obviously. But you have a lot more leverage on the approval side. And so what's happened lately is that if somebody else has already done the work of getting confident that this is the right approach, for example, by getting the first GLP-1 drug approved, then coming in and like making a slightly better version is way, way less risky, right? Like there's not a lot of doubt about whether you can make a GLP-1 that's somewhat better on some axis, right? And so you saw Eli Lilly coming in and kind of leapfrogging Novo Nordisk, who got the first Ozempic approved with tirzepatide and so forth, because like it had been shown. You can almost actually, this is a little bit like Anthropic, right? And OpenAI. You have OpenAI and they kind of like slave away for a decade, and it's like, are we going to create AGI? Like it seems kind of like a pipe dream. I think even they thought that at first, right? Mm-hmm. And then once you get some traction with early GPTs, now Anthropic can split off and be like, yeah, good approach. Like let's do it, and then kind of catch up at least. But that's not great. It's not great if we're trying to invent drugs that sort of already exist. And we're just taking approaches where like everyone's going into the same thing. Why? Because there are many diseases that have not been cured at all. If you look at the top 10 causes of death in the US, right? You have cardiovascular disease, you have cancer, you have Alzheimer's, all these things where often there is no treatment or no good treatment, right? And so the incentives really drive towards like, don't take risk, because not only because like failure is bad, but if you think about it from an individual person's perspective, if the trials are going to take 10 years, there's years before that, how many shots are you going to get in your life? If you make a software company, right, like you could imagine the whole thing. You look at an open router, right? It's like they started 3 years ago and now it's like amazing exit, very fast, right? Like in principle, he could go start 10 more companies, right? And maybe succeed every time.
Mm-hmm.
In biology, if you have to run all these trials to get the drug approved, in a normal human lifespan, you know, we hope to extend this, but you're going to get like 4 shots. And so from your like individual perspective, how much risk do you want to take? Even if the expected value is positive of going for a drug that targets aging itself, or a drug that can cure 5 diseases at once, which kind of GLPs can, right? But they were an anomaly. They were not sought for. They were found by luck. Even if you can treat or add 100 times more years of life, but it's only 10% as likely to succeed, and 10% of 10%, you're at 1%, right? Do you want to spend your entire life on like 3 or 4 1% chances? So I think the system as a whole, in various ways, kind of incentivizes doing things that are safer, which is not giving us the optimal number of like healthy years of life.
Right. And by safer, you would mean like more specific or more like measurable of an outcome?
Yeah, just in various ways, like more risks have been removed. So if you think about the total sum of risks in biotech, it's like, will doing this thing, will activating the GLP-1 receptor do a certain thing to a cell? Will those cells then have like the right response in terms of disease? So in this case, you're saying, will this hit certain cells in the brain and activate them? Will that reduce your appetite and therefore lead to weight loss? Will it do so in a safe way, or will you get some terrible side effects that nobody wants to live with? Will that work in all humans or only in certain patients? And then will the market pay for those things? And I'm leaving a few out here. So those are all different risks. Can we make a drug that actually does this? All of those had to be overcome in the case of GLP-1s, right? We had the first drug. They got degraded in the blood. They weren't good enough. Can we make one that doesn't get degraded in the blood? Is that good enough? Not obvious. So that's a risk until you do it. And that sort of makes the risk-reward calculus tougher.
Right.
Will it work in all patients, right? Like in 1970, what was it? In 1966 or 70, Richard Nixon declared war on cancer. And they didn't get anywhere, right? Like we made a bunch of progress, but it turned out people have different cancers and you can't treat them all the same way. So all of these are risks. If you just like skip ahead to the thing where like, oh, we know that doing this thing is safe because someone's already done it. Now you've removed much of the risk, but you're going into territory where we already have a good solution.
Right. So I'm curious how you're thinking about things at Gordian. You guys have an emphasis on age-related disease and also in vivo experiments. So this is an interesting direction. I'm curious how you're thinking about that, and why is in vivo important?
In vivo is important because the diseases that we go after only exist in vivo. If you're thinking about heart failure or dementia, it doesn't happen in a cell. It only happens to an organism. And so we want to cure the organism. We're going after complex diseases of aging because that is a worthy goal. So it's not because it's the safest, the most likely to succeed. It's because it's the goal that's like worth spending your entire life going after. Because if it works, it's cool enough. So now we've accepted the risk that we're doing something hard. Now we want to de-risk it. And so the approach we are taking is, let's take each of these individual types of risk that exist in biotech and eliminate it. So what do we do? in practice is we have proprietary technology that allows us to put hundreds of different potential treatments into a single living animal that has the actual disease that we're interested in, arthritis, heart failure, and so forth, and have those treatments go into individual cells in the organ, in the diseased organ. And then we can pull those out and measure what actually worked, what did what. And this is real verification, right? It's like this actually happened in the diseased organ. We've removed this step where you have to assume that, let's say, A beta 42 causes Alzheimer's or some other biological assumption. You take that away, you just do the thing, and you see whether it worked, but you do that at scale because you might not be so good at guessing. So make sure that you can like test enough things. Just keep testing everything until you have something that in this disease actually does the thing that you want. So you expand the funnel with really strong verification or validation of what happens causally. Then we have a whole bunch of those. We find a whole bunch of candidates like that. We can add additional, human patient data that we collect to make sure that the thing still works in the human system and so forth. So you just take each of those risks and you say, we've scaled this enough that instead of sort of hoping that the solution we have is really good, we can look at all the options and pick the solution that actually works. Then do that on each step of biotech. And then I think we're moving into clinical trials now. The thesis is that by doing that, we will be able to find things that work in the hardest diseases that affect the most people. We're going into osteoarthritis first. There's 30 million people in America that have it. And your treatment is like, take some aspirin. And if that works, either like go to Honduras and have weird stuff injected into your knee or like get surgery and we remove your knee and put a robot in, which is like kind of cool, but it would be good to have other options.
Right. Well, this is all really interesting. Hopefully we do figure out how to cure aging. This would be one of the most important things ever. Martin, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Martin.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back with MTS. And we're back with sponsors.
Starting with Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
And of course, Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And of course, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Shout out Lovable, Arena, Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, VCX, Blitzy, AdQuick, and we'll be right back.
We will be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm joined with Mitch Troivanovsky, who is the co-founder of Basis, which builds AI agents for accounting firms. Excited to have him on today to talk about deploying long-running agents inside of real professional workflows and what that tells us about the future of work. So, Mitch, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much for having me, Sophia.
Excited to have you. Can we share just a little bit? So I know you guys specifically work on accounting agents that can do the accounting job. Can you share about how specifically they're able to do that fully on its own?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we've been focused on for the very beginning, since the company started, so we co-founded back in January of 2023, is not just trying to get agents to perform some type of work really well, but actually can they do that reliably and at scale and consistently in a way that people find trustworthy? Because in accounting, it's not important that it just gets something right. It's important that it can get it right consistently and they can trust how it got it right. And one of the ways that we do that is something that we've recently actually released an open source project with Braintrust on this, is trying to supervise how agents do the work. So in other words, not just trying to think about, hey, did you get the answer right? But really thinking about, did you get it right in the right way? And I think by supervising that process, we're actually able to ensure that the way we build our agents generalizes to all the different situations in the world of accounting, rather than just overfitting to a couple situations here and there.
Yeah, especially when you talk about did it do it right, but not only that, did it do it right in the right way is the big black box question around alignment. And that really comes up for long horizon agents. The longer you have a task, the more important it is that the intent behind it is clear to the agent. So even if you maybe worded it wrong, the intent is crystal clear. How do you actually ensure that to be the case?
Yeah, that's a great question. The way I like to think about it is try to first think about how it would work if it was, say, two humans working together, where if I send somebody off for a week to go do a project, how do they know that they understood what I said? And what would I want them to do? Do I want them to check in every day? Do I want them to, save their steps and let me know? And so we try to, design the agents so that they're very transparent with the work they're doing and ensure that their assumptions are very clear, especially ones that are very critical to the nature of the work, like especially in something such as tax, for example. If you make one small mistake, like assuming the wrong year, that would be kind of a dumb mistake, but something about misunderstanding what basis the accounting should be on and whatnot, you will then obviously do everything else incorrect. So making sure your assumptions are very clear while you're doing the work. And two, checking in with the user to the extent that makes sense within the product. So some experiences are going to be more async, where you might trust the agent more already, versus some experiences maybe early on are a little bit more synchronous, where you're working back and forth with the agent to reach a shared understanding before you trust it to go off for a long period of time.
Yep. Can you explain a little bit more about how Basis actually works? And so are you guys using existing models and then they're fine-tuned for a specific accounting task?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, so we use a variety of closed source models and open source models. We don't do that much post training today for a lot of the deployment that we do. We tend to find that post training isn't actually that beneficial to achieving outcomes. So we do a lot of work at the applied layer and a lot of research on how do you get models to behave in the way that we want them to at these really long horizons. I do think that as agents get better, there's probably going to be more opportunity for using post-training to kind of get you to the behaviors that you want. But I would say for now, most of the effort goes into that harness layer and making sure that the way that the models behave and the nature of the harness is optimized for the kind of work that we're trying to get them to do.
Makes sense. So you're actually working on the application layer and the applied layer, the harness layer, for those questions around alignment, ensuring that the agents actually do what they say they're going to do. Is that a harness layer problem, or should that be a model layer problem?
It's a good question. One of the things that we said when we talked about agent behaviors in the blog post and in my Twitter thread, we talked about how behavior specs, which is the open standard, we think of as a standard to evaluate how agents behave, but also to potentially reward them against that behavior. So while today we're not spending a bunch of time actively rewarding agents against behaviors rewarding, I mean, literally into the model weights. We are sort of pseudo rewarding them in the sense of updating the harness or updating kind of the runtime context or runtime training data. But I do think that is a very active area of research for us, and I suspect also for the community as well, is if you're going to be having agents going over for long horizons, then the like layer of abstraction from an alignment perspective may stop being like the token level, are they producing within that distribution, but more at the LLM inference, like the call level, as to are the agents making the right decisions that you would want them to over a really long trajectory.
Yeah, this always interests me when it comes to these long horizon tasks, because how do you actually ensure that they're doing what they say they do over this long trajectory, as you mentioned? And I know that so much of it is, the pressure of it is at the model layer right now. They're getting a lot of complaint about, with the OpenAI Hugging Face incident, they're getting a lot of complaint of, okay, maybe we're not thinking about alignment and intent as clearly as we should be. And so I guess your perspective is super interesting here, because you're working in a space that you can't get anything wrong. A little bit of hallucination, a little bit would go a very bad way for your customers. And so curious, do you think just working at the harness layer is enough? Or if you had a magic wand and you could urge Frontier Labs to focus on something else, what would that specific ask be?
It's a great question. So one of the frameworks I like to have is that right now, if you have an agent, it's a very jagged frontier, as you know, and they are superhuman in some things and not, human-like at all in others. And one of the main types of work that the agents are getting better at is kind of pretending to be a human. What do I mean by that? The agents are these weird aliens where they have massive working memory. These huge context things, way larger than any human has. Like a human's working memory is can have 5 to 7 items or something. And they need to kind of take that working memory and use it to brute force a semblance of short-term and long-term memory. Because humans have short-term and long-term memory, and we have it pretty well. But agents don't, which is why you could have an agent that can be superhuman at performing a math problem and yet can't be coherent over a month of work because it has no ability to synthesize its experience into memory. And so instead it leverages its working memory, i.e. the context window, to distill down experiences and re-inject them into the context window and whatnot. To do that well, the agents need to get better at these weird, they need to get better at regulating their own state. So specifically at how to delegate the sub-agents, when to delegate the sub-agents, having good theory of mind over other agents so that they know what type of task to give them and whatnot, and essentially collaborate in that way. And so I think that training is really important for helping the agents get better at kind of acting like a human. Because once you get past that bar of acting like a human, then you can start getting into the more human level behaviors of, hey, if you're going to be doing tax work, you should be going to the primary sources, for example. But none of those behaviors make sense to encode if you can't encode the behaviors of the agent should be good at operating for a week. Yeah. Now, I think maybe one of the weird things, as you alluded to, and I don't have any particular knowledge of this, but if you're training the agents to be better at regulating their own state, inherently that means they need to get better at communicating, interacting with other agents, because you need to, farm out the sub agents. You need to regulate your own state. You need to leave notes for yourself for the future and whatnot. And I think a lot of those behaviors do start to potentially overlap with maybe some of the stuff that we saw in the OpenAI Hugging Face situation.
Where do these long-running agents fail most often?
I would say today, actually, they probably fail most often in some of the work I just described, where they don't actually have good intuitions yet for interacting with themselves. And so they'll give a sub-agent a task that's way too big, or they won't have a good sense of what size of sub-agent to give a task to, or they'll write a note for themselves for the post-compaction window that is just way too wordy, or vice versa, doesn't have enough detail. They just don't have enough trained experiences for how to regulate themselves, which allows them to run for many, many hours, but not yet running on the course of, say, weeks. But I assume that's where we're going.
Yeah. One of the other questions I have is, as agents start taking on more of our work, as us humans start delegating more of our work to agents, we're even beginning to delegate the verification of that work itself. And so for things that are verifiable, say something that's, like math, that makes a lot of sense. I'm curious if that's the same for accounting in this space. Do you have agents who are actually doing the verification as well, or humans review what the agents did?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that it's a little bit of both. I would say one of the frameworks I like to have is that humans are already used to working with non-deterministic systems. It's just those systems are normally their coworkers, not their computers. And so when somebody sends you, like say somebody sends you a PR, you know how much you're going to review it because you're thinking, okay, the guy who sent it to me, like how competent are they? And what's the blast radius of the PR? And like if they're the most competent person on the team and it's low blast radius, you're probably not going to look at it. Versus, if you don't think that highly of them and it's like high blast radius, you'll probably review every line. And so everyone has like an instinctive, intuitive understanding of how much to review something when it's like humans working with other humans. But people just don't have that those instincts when it comes to working with agents to the same extent, especially non-developers, right? And so I think it's very important. That's actually I think a product challenge is ensuring that people understand that hey, these are non-deterministic systems, and you have to build up the level of trust. So I think it's a spectrum. It's not a binary, right? Like as the agents get better and users learn to trust them more, like they will verify less and less, but when they first start working with them, they might verify more and more. And so I think you need to build up that trust with the user and build the UX for that. So I think that's one side of it. The other side of it is that just like how in code, like one of the things that makes agents so good at code is that lots of code is verifiable at runtime. I can run the code, see if it compiles, I can run my test, see if it went well, and it's very easy to do that as if I were an agent, as I were coding. In accounting, you don't have that much verifiability at the same level, but you have some, right? You can see, do the trial balances, net out? Like, does this Excel compile, et cetera? Like, there are some things that you can verify at runtime to get some level of confidence. And so there is that kind of work, and then also, uncorrelated trajectories doing some verification. And if you combine that with the human trust, you get to a place where it can be actually scaled up in production.
Yeah. My other question when it comes to long-running agents is people often benchmark agents by how long they can operate autonomously. I know that's a big process of basis, and that's something that you guys really value a lot. But do you think operating autonomously is actually a useful thing to measure?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's a useful thing to measure to the extent that it is the place that agents are far worse than a human. Like we operate autonomously for decades, and an agent can't even do it for weeks. And so seeing that, like whether it can close that gap is I think a useful metric, or can it do long-run work? I think in practice, very little jobs actually require the amount of compute where you're running inference like consistently for weeks and weeks. I think in practice, it's not about running inference for weeks and weeks. It's about can you be coherent over the work that would go over weeks, which doesn't literally require an agent running inference 24/7. You could be doing an event-based system. You could be doing it, more proactive systems in which the agent's waking up as like certain events get fired. So I think that testing that coherence is really important. But I don't know if it's actually that important that the agent is running inference for 4 weeks straight.
Yeah. In a future with Basis has AI to automate more of accounting, what is the actual job of an accountant?
That's a great question. I think in accounting, a lot of people have a misunderstanding of what accounting is. A lot of people, they think of accounting and they see numbers and compliance. And, I get asked a lot, oh, isn't accounting just math? Like it's just deterministic. Why do you even need AI for starters? And the thing that people are surprised to realize is it is actually very artful and nuanced in the same way that I could, if I asked somebody to design or architect part of our code base, like there's many right answers to that. It's not some, hey, here's the right way to do it. In accounting is very similar, where every company does their accounting differently. There's obviously a set of global rules in the same way that Python, encodes a set of rules. But within that set of rules, there's a lot of options and subjectivity of how you set up your reporting, your chart of accounts, your accounting policies, et cetera. And so I think the job of accountants really goes to all that subjective decision making of, hey, what should we be accounting for? How should we be accounting for it? Why? What is the risk tolerance of the client or the company that we're at? Like all of those questions that at the end of the day are questions that accountants should be handling. Often if they weren't like bogged down with all the manual work, that's what accountants would be doing. And I think advising people, like people are pretty surprised, but the average I mean, think about how many businesses there are in America. In terms of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, when they want to think about how do I open a new store or how do I buy another truck or can I achieve my dreams, they don't have a banker to go to. Like they don't have a financial advisor. It's the accountant. Like they talk to the accountant, and so accountants are kind of America's small business, almost like nurses. Like they're like the financial advisors, and they help business owners decide what to do. And so I think leaning more into that advisory capacity is, I think, where accounting will move towards.
Amazing. Well, Mitch, really wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing more about Basis, sharing more about your projections with how agents who can run a lot longer will actually play out in the future, and also a little bit about the future of work. So appreciate you very much for coming on to MTS today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sophia, for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Keller Clifton, who is the co-founder and CEO of Zipline, the autonomous delivery company that began by delivering blood and medical supplies in Rwanda and now operates healthcare, food, and retail delivery networks in the United States. And earlier today, Zipline and Uber announced plans to bring autonomous drone deliveries to Uber Eats with an eventual goal of reaching 1 million deliveries every day. So, Keller, so excited to have you on MTS.
Thank you for having me.
Well, great place to start would just be with today's announcement. Can you share a little bit about what was announced and why now?
We announced this new strategic partnership with Uber to get to 1 million deliveries a day. Important to realize that's actually still a very small percentage of the total instant deliveries happening in the U.S. today, let alone the fact that Dara and I both are confident that delivering in a way that's 10 times faster and less expensive is ultimately going to lead to a big expansion of this overall market. In fact, if you were to just look at the customer ordering behavior that Zipline is observing right now across the cities where we operate, if you were to extend that to the rest of the US, there will be 10 times as many instant deliveries. So we expect to go from about 5 billion instant deliveries a year to about 50 billion instant deliveries a year in the US alone. So there's an opportunity to grow the market by 10x. There's not only that, but I think when you look at instant delivery, the reality is we're kind of using technology that's 100 years old, right? Which is like a human driving a car to solve a problem that or a customer need that we've only really well understood over the last decade. And so we think that ultimately, if you reason from first principles, it's obvious why if you're delivering something that weighs 5 pounds or 10 pounds, you probably want to do that with a vehicle that is electric and autonomous and a vehicle that weighs 50 pounds rather than 4,000 pounds.
Definitely. So what does that distribution specifically unlock for Zipline? What's something that it unlocks that maybe you couldn't have done as quickly on your own?
Well, I mean, a couple big things, right? Uber obviously has tens of millions of loyal customers, and this means that Zipline's service, this kind of teleportation-like service, is now going to be rolled out to all of those customers so that they can experience it for themselves. Also, Uber works with, I think, 1.4 million merchants and small businesses, something on that order. And so not only enabling for each of those businesses, because Zipline can deliver out to, the system, the technology that we build is designed to deliver out to a 10-mile range, which is way more than is economic to make deliveries using cars. And so for this reason, from any given restaurant or merchant, you can reach about 10 times as many customers via instant delivery as you could before. So it creates a lot of value for those merchants. And also, all of those merchants are now going to be available on the Zipline app as well. So it's just, huge. Hopefully, this has a big impact in helping Uber grow Uber Eats, which is actually the biggest portion of their business at this point by bookings and revenue. But also this, adding all of this selection and all these amazing brands are going to help Zipline grow our own app and provide an amazing experience to these restaurants.
Yeah, I'm also curious because you guys have been working on autonomous delivery for years. And is there a specific technical problem that had to be solved before you could get all of this infrastructure out in, the main public's adoption?
I think the hardest thing, I think this is probably a general lesson for robotics in general, but it's very easy early on when you're kind of imagining trying to build a new technology, it's very easy to get focused on like the core thing. And in this case, it would have been like the aircraft. Like, how do we build a really high performance aircraft? And the hardest lessons we learned in the first 5 years of operating this system at scale outside the US were that the aircraft is only 15% of the complexity overall solution. And this is something, by the way, when I was spending time with Dara, I realized, okay, yeah, like for obvious reasons, they just completely get this fundamental idea, which is actually the vast majority of the challenge is in integration, in the integrating auxiliary software and metrics and operations, maintenance, manufacturing, supply chain, charging sites, all this stuff that we're having to do across many different metros in the US. There's just a huge amount of complexity that you don't necessarily think of when you just think of, oh, drone delivery. Okay, cool. I need a cool drone and then it's going to work. So there's so much that goes into these integrating operational layers. And I think that, it just took a long time. I mean, that's the reality. I think people hear about the hype cycle curve, right? Where you have like the early excitement and then the full on hype. And then you have like the crash and then the trough of disillusionment. And then usually 8 to 10 years of hard work to actually build something of value. I think you saw this cycle play out very accurately for autonomous cars, and I think you also saw this cycle play out for drone delivery. And the reality is, well after the hype cycle came and went, you then had 10 years of like building all of these auxiliary layers and integrating software systems that were necessary to actually make this thing work in the real world in a way that's super reliable. Zipline now has 140 million commercial autonomous miles and 0 safety incidents, and was only awarded regulatory permission to fly in the U.S. after 10 years of operating these systems at scale outside the U.S.
How were you able to get it so complacent? So how were you able to make sure that you don't have none of those safety incidents? How did you ensure the reliability of these autonomous drones?
I think nothing is easy when it comes to hardware reliability. Zipline build, has a huge hardware test and reliability team. We have a huge safety and huge safety team, and then we also do a huge amount of work in terms of testing new software releases at the company. As part of this building where I'm standing right now, I'm in Zipline's autonomous aircraft factory. This building is capable of producing 20 to 35,000 of these aircraft a year, which is about enough to get us to like 1.5 million deliveries a day. So, one big takeaway from this partnership with Uber is like we got to massively expand the factory. But in this building is our entire hardware testing lab, our vibe chamber, our wind tunnels. There are 700 unique components on the aircraft, almost all of which are designed from scratch by Zipline, 43 major sub-assemblies on the aircraft. And that's just the aircraft, not to mention ground infrastructure, the towers, the drop boxes, which are sort of the integrating mailboxes that we set up with all these different businesses. The dock. There's a lot of different hardware products that go into this kind of ecosystem to enable autonomous logistics to work. All of those are manufactured here in the factory, and all of them are tested to failure through, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, equivalent hours of testing to try to find failures here before we ship hardware into the real world.
What does it actually look like when it comes to regulation for autonomous drones? What permission do you actually have to get to operate it at scale?
You can think of it as like a good thing or a bad thing. A lot of companies that were able to go much faster, at least get launched in the U.S. faster. You could think of the scooter companies, for example, because they were only regulated by, the cities or the municipalities where they were launching. One of the challenges with that is you are dealing with a different regulator in every township or city that you launch in. One of the, I would say, a challenge early on was that there is one federal regulator for the entire United States airspace. That is the FAA. For many years, the FAA wanted to see a lot more data that would prove to them these kinds of systems could be operated at scale commercially in a way that was sufficiently safe. And the way Zipline gathered all that data was by going and focusing on life-saving use cases outside the US. We scaled a system to the point where, today we're serving 5,000 hospitals and health facilities across Africa, saving 17,000 lives a year. It took years to get that system to the level of reliability, safety. It was ultimately required to then bring it back to the US and say, hey, here's this massive amount of safety data showing you that it's ready time for the US. What was ultimately required to get regulatory permission from the US, which Zipline was only awarded a couple of years ago. But the advantage now is like having passed through that gauntlet, Zipline now has permission to, because it's one big federal regulator, Zipline now has permission to fly beyond visual line of sight autonomously throughout the entire United States in all 50 states.
Wait, so what was the specific safety data that the FAA needed before it approved everything?
Zipline was actually really responsible for building like our safety case because this was unprecedented. So it's not like there was a clear safety bar that had been set of like, oh yeah, here's what drone delivery is going to need to achieve. It was a conversation with the FAA partnership to say, well, this is a brand new kind of technology that we've never seen before. What level of safety do we think would be required? And Zipline was always really, really pushing to basically be able to say, look, we need to be 10 times as safe as cars, because cars are really the thing that we are, the most direct comparison for the use cases that Zipline is focused on. And just looking at the specific data, 140 million miles, that's like if you were to drive every single road in the United States 30 times. And if you were to drive 140 million miles, you would have about 600 accidents, 100 injuries and 2 to 6 fatalities, depending on what country you were in. Zipline has 0 accidents, 0 injuries, 0 fatalities. And so, yeah, our goal was 10 times safer than cars. So far, we are beating that goal. And that is, I think, a rough way of thinking about like the safety bar that is going to be required for this technology to scale in a place like the US.
Yeah. One thing I'm curious about is something you alluded to at the start of our conversation. You were talking about 1 million deliveries, but the reality is that the market is a lot larger than that. And say, once this works at scale, the market could be predicted to be even larger and larger than it is now. And so I'm curious how you actually predict consumer behavior to change after all of this technology works.
Well, the cool thing is we actually don't have to predict it because at this point we're operating, at metro scale in a couple of big cities in the US. And so we are seeing it. I mean, I spent time with a dad of 5 kids who's ordering like 1 to 2 times from Zipline every day and has been doing so for a year and a half since we opened. Has ordered many hundreds of times from Zipline in the last year. You meet 80-year-old grandmas who are like living on the Zipline app and totally depending on it. You meet college kids. I mean, I tweeted a video today that I just found to be kind of hilarious. It's like a sort of out of control video of like the 7th floor pool roof deck of a dorm where they're having a pool party. They're basically having a massive pool party on the 7th floor of this apartment building. It's and this frat party, they are having Zipline deliveries directly to the side of the pool. And so it's like, think about that. These kinds of deliveries are actually way more convenient. Like it's hard to, for someone else to deliver directly to the 7th floor of a building.
Yeah.
And so, we are already seeing the data. And actually, I think one of the best analogies for this kind of like changing the user behavior is Uber. When Uber was early on focused on rideshare, they were scaling in San Francisco. And I remember investors were saying, hey, even if Uber becomes 50% of the taxi market in San Francisco, it's only going to be a $20 billion company. And obviously what they totally missed is that today Uber is 10 times the size of the taxi market in San Francisco. If you design a service that's better, people start using it in totally different ways to do different things than they were using taxis. People didn't commute to work back and forth in taxis, at least not very often in San Francisco, whereas it's normal with Uber. So I think exactly the same thing going on here. If you can make instant delivery 10 times faster, less expensive, reliable, and a really magical customer experience, people are going to use a lot more of it. And that's what we're seeing in the customer data.
Definitely. How Uber completely changed consumer behavior. Zipline is doing the same thing. I had a question for you because I was really inspired by the work that Zipline did in Rwanda. And I was curious to just better understand you personally. What motivated you and what was the specific problem you were trying to solve?
I mean, when we started the company, our backgrounds were in automation and robotics and software. And it seemed to us like we had this simple idea, which was that, it should be, we had seen all these kind of like warehouse automation products that could like move things around inside a warehouse autonomously. And we just had this simple thought, well, someone's going to build that for outside the warehouse. And that would be like so important. If you could automate logistics, if you could, you can build the first logistics system that serves all people equally. And, I now have a flag over my desk that says we do this not because it is easy, but because we thought that it would be easy. And, this is definitely like the definition of Zipline. It's like, as a 23 or 24-year-old with this like totally naive notion of like, oh yeah, we could just build autonomous logistics. Turns out it was a lot harder than we were expecting. It's taken longer than we were expecting. It took more money than we were expecting. But something I was just telling the Zipline team in our all hands today, despite all those things, the idea also wound up being about 1,000 times bigger than we were expecting. Like the opportunity is so much bigger than we could have guessed 5 or 10 years ago.
Wow.
And so, I think things are harder. They take longer. I think a certain amount of naivete is required. But I think these, when a fundamental idea like this starts working, I think it can work in a very, very big way. And I think you can see growth over the course of like several decades. It's sort of hard to imagine at the very beginning.
Definitely. We don't do it because it's easy. We do it because we thought it was easy. Getting that tattooed. Exactly. That's so funny. My last question for you, what is the world you're trying to build?
I mean, I grew up reading all kinds of, classic science fiction. I was a bookworm. I was also, probably kind of a weirdo who didn't care that much about what other people thought. And I think that Zipline, connects to both of those things. We were told that this idea was stupid. It was never going to work. We were wasting our time. People would be confused. They're like, oh, isn't Zipline just some NGO operating in Africa? It's not a real business. It's not investable. And keep in mind, what we were doing was also illegal in the United States for the first 10 years that we were building the company. And so there were a lot of reasons to not build this company.
Yeah.
I think that, the reality is we wanted to work on something that felt like, a sci-fi version of the future that we were promised as kids.
Yeah.
And we also felt like, technology in many different ways gets a bad rap these days, right? Either because it's like only serving rich people, or because we're actively telling people that it's going to kill them and kill their families, which is like, interesting marketing strategy from some of the AI labs. I think at the end of the day, like, I think we need to show that you can use advanced technology, you can use AI and robotics to save lives. You can focus on some of the most important problems that humanity has, and you can do it in a way that is equally available. It's not just available to the richest people on earth. It's actually something that can like fundamentally transform everybody's lives, save time, save money, save lives.
100%. Keller, that is such a beautiful note to end on. Really wanted to thank you for coming on MTS today and sharing more about Zipline during such an exciting announcement. Really love your guys' company. I love that you got to film actually at the factory, and love the mission that you guys are building towards. So really appreciate you for joining us today on MTS.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
And we'll be back with MTS.
All right, we're back. It's discourse time. Starting with something that just came out actually from OpenAI, new policy ideas for the intelligence age. So remember back in April, they published this policy doc, Industrial Policy for the Intelligence Age.
Yep.
Basically saying, here's this bunch of policy proposals. How are we going to actually implement these? Well, we're going to establish a pilot program of fellowships and focused research grants of up to $100,000 and up to $1 million in API credits for work that builds on these and related policy ideas. Well, they just did this. So OpenAI is awarding grants to 14 projects led by independent organizations to promote economic opportunity and societal resilience. So
yeah, 3 sections: building a more open economy, building a more resilient society, and what comes next.
Oh my God, this is just like the list of MTS guests. Okay, wait, let's see. So American Enterprise Institute, low, moderate, and high disruption scenarios for AI's effects on employment and skills and connect observable indicators of disruption to policy playbooks. This is great, highly underrated work. Basically, rather than just assuming that either AI will never touch any jobs ever and we will never need to do anything, or AI will take all of the jobs in a year.
Yeah.
Like, what do different levels look like?
Yep, that's great. Center for European Policy Studies. Interesting. Sharing the AI dividend will examine how AI-driven productivity gains are distributed across workers, firms, sectors, regions, and countries in Europe. Interesting.
So, Center for European Policy Studies is a think tank based in Brussels, established in 1983. So it's a real European think tank. And then similar, the European Center for International Political Economy, from labor to productive ownership. Examine how broader access to AI and ownership of productive assets could help people participate economically. Practical framework for a right to AI. That's really funny, actually. Some of the Europeans are trying to do the exact opposite of a right to AI. I actually prefer, like, if you're going to Euro out in policy, I much prefer, like, right to technology as opposed to, like, regulating the thing away.
Yeah.
Abundance Institute. We know these guys. Compare how U.S. states can expand generation and transmission in response to data center demand while producing measurable local benefits. This, I think, is really important. Really important. Because
especially the measurable local benefits part.
Yes. If people's electricity bills are not going up when data centers get built, they will be much less likely to vocally oppose data centers from being built.
Yeah. Or not even that. It's not enough for it to not go up. Like, there needs to be actual tangible benefits.
Yeah.
Whether that comes in terms of job creation, more investment in the local city, whatever it might be.
Progressive Policy Institute. Design a person-based benefit system covering retirement, health, leave, education, training, and disability. Interesting. How is that different from existing systems?
It'll prototype livelihood insurance triggered by broad changes in an occupation, then identify the legislative and technical changes required to implement the model. Okay, this is interesting. It seems fairly unrelated to AI. It just seems like a new sort of social welfare system.
Kind of.
Or just like job occupation related relief. Interesting.
Tax policy in the age of AI, basically, like, especially if economic activity shifts away from labor income towards capital gains, how do you do taxes differently? Windfall trust, national working groups for AI economic policy in different countries, US, UK, Canada, EU, and Latin America. LATAM mentioned.
To examine fiscal, labor market, welfare, and competitiveness questions under different AI scenarios. Wow, okay. It'll also launch an international working group focused entirely on international economic preparedness and coordination. Okay.
The Instituto de Matematica Pura e Applicata. Is that Italian?
No, that's
Brazilian.
No, that's Spanish, is it not?
No, it's Portuguese.
Oh, it's very similar.
It's E, not Y.
No, sometimes E is used in Spanish too.
Really?
Yeah, whenever it starts with a vowel.
Interesting. Well, this is a Brazilian think tank. Yeah. Study what research institutions need to turn AI access into meaningful scientific progress. Working with mathematicians in Brazil. Yep, and math is important. Interestingly, 2 of these are in Brazil. And then this one is this hospital in Sao Paulo. People First AI clinical infrastructure for public hospitals. Brazil's unified health system, SUS.
Okay.
Anyway.
That's so dumb. Okay.
Lock in.
Building a more resilient society. Okay, the Institute for Security and Technology. Stop.
That's not funny. Okay.
Okay.
Institute for Security and Technology. Operational framework for uncontrolled RSI. This is very important.
Yes.
As far as I'm aware, like nothing like this really exists. There's no operational framework for RSI.
Yeah. Develops technically grounded definition, observable indicators of uncontrolled self-modification. I'm interested to see what that would look like. What is an observable indicator of uncontrolled self-modification? How could that be observable?
I don't know.
But we'll see. Incident taxonomies for cross-lab communication and escalation criteria that map technical signals to coordinated response decisions. Okay, so nuclear threat initiative, designing cross-border information sharing for AI X biorisk. That is a very loaded name for a thing. Nuclear, obviously not referring to actual nuclear in this case.
Yeah.
Right.
Council on Strategic Risks. Wait, who are these guys?
How national security professionals can build institutional capacity in frontier AI safety and governance. Will produce public-facing analysis on oversight and preserving meaningful human control.
Mm-hmm. Nanyang Technological University. I think this one's in Taipei. No, Singapore. An AI agent framework that transforms individual-level transaction data, financial transaction data, into privacy-preserving behavioral profiles to simulate how households would respond to government transfers and industrial policies before implementation. Okay, this one's really cool, actually. Sort of like social science, but empirical and based on simulations. Like, I think this kind of thing is really underrated.
That's really interesting.
It's good that like econ and social science is getting more empirical over time. This is definitely a right step in this direction. And then Yonsei University, AI-enabled democratic accountability. Whether transparent human-validated AI methods can help assess the quality of oversight in South Korea's National Assembly.
Oh, it's in Seoul, yeah.
So what comes next? Projects will run for 6 months with results reported in 2027. The purpose of these grants is to widen the circle of people developing them, supporting independent institutions around the world as they test new ideas, build evidence, and help democratic societies decide how AI can expand opportunity and strengthen resilience. So yes, this is definitely a good thing to be doing in AI. I don't know. I'm like, medium bullish on most of these projects. I think some of them are really cool. Like what are favorites, I think? Definitely this one. AEI developing scenarios for AI's effects on employment. Abundance Institute, I'm a big fan of that. And then
the operational framework for uncontrolled RSI measurement coordination response.
Yes, cool. that one for sure. And then this one, cross-border information sharing for AI X bio. But it's also good that they
and Windfall Trust. I think Windfall Trust, National Working Groups for AI Economic Policy.
I don't know. National Working Group sounds like NGO slop.
No, I don't think so. I think it's like inter-country coordination under different AI scenarios is good. And then also competitiveness. Like, how do I, as a random country in Latin, benefit from AI? Like, what is my competitiveness? I think that's good. Yeah, so great work from OpenAI. Why would this not be the OpenAI Foundation?
That's a good question.
Not complaining.
Yeah, why would this not be the OpenAI Foundation?
I'm like, what?
I don't know. Actual OpenAI can afford like a total of $1 million in funding. So that's like what? Less than what one researcher gets paid for 1 year.
Yeah, I'm curious what they.
So they can afford that. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, they just post like a few one-off grants. Like they announced a grant to the Child Mind Institute to study AI's impact on youth mental health.
Yep.
This is funny.
All right.
This is like Meta should be doing this, not OpenAI. No, OpenAI should also be doing this, but
What other discourse do we have? Oh, this is cool. This Time article. The people building a way to slow down the AI race.
What?
Yeah, I think it's going to be like compute verification. I haven't seen anyone talking about this for some reason. In the corner of a nondescript office in Sheffield, England, a compact server full of Nvidia chips is whirring away. Engineers from the consultancy Amodo Design are piloting a monitoring system, monitoring mentioned, that they hope one day might find its way into every data center, allaying the fears of AI researchers who are concerned that the technology they are building may destroy the world. Now they're mentioning pacing the frontier. Slowing the pace of AI development, they warned. They didn't say slowing the pace. They said pacing the frontier.
They said pacing the pace.
Yeah. May become vital in order to allow more time for safety research and thus avert catastrophe, but it's essentially impossible due to competition. It's an arms race. The letter's main request was for the US government to support an international effort to build tools that would enable all sides to slow down the AI race. That's not what it said.
Wait, no, they actually low-key didn't say that.
They didn't say that. They said deliberately pace the frontier of automated AI development. Why do journalists not know how to read? I don't get it. Are we the only journalists? Okay, we're not journalists, but are we?
No,
are we the only
not.
people like this who know how to read?
People of this vague category, not even.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay, so far only a small group of people are working on this effort. There are fewer than 50 engineers working full-time on building so-called AI verification tools. What do they mean by AI verification tools?
I think it's like being able to verify what people are doing on chips, which will be important if you ever want to, for example, make an international agreement with China. Right?
Sure.
If you want to agree to pace the frontier with China, you will need to be able to ensure that they're actually doing what they say they're doing and not just like racing ahead in secret. AI 2040 talks about this. I don't really like the like numerical comparisons here. There's only 50 engineers in the world working on building AI verification tools. How many researchers do you need to build these? Like the reason that a lot more people are working on AI capabilities is because it requires a lot more people, not because necessarily just because it is a result of like how much society cares.
Okay, I'd scroll down to how AI verification might work. Nobody knows how an AI slowdown treaty might look. Amodo's engineers believe it'll probably require monitoring data centers. The current prototype that he's building could make it possible to gain 2 assurances about a data center that might be helpful. First, that a data center is only being used for inference / running existing AI models. And then second, that a data center is running a particular agreed upon model, one that's passed certain safety tests. So this is interesting because I don't know whether this is at the hardware or software level that this can be monitored, or maybe a mix of both.
I think it's a mix of both.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that this is going to become like a whole arms race, and people are going to figure out how to like try to spoof AI monitoring systems and whatnot. Amodo. Yeah. That sounds like Amode.
It does. I actually first
probably the same root.
Read that. All right. This is the anti-Amode.
We can't be saying anymore.
This they actually kill you if you use any filler words.
Yeah. No more filler words.
This is like wait, I can't say that one either. This is akin to this is like his Waluigi. Dario Amade's Waluigi. Amodo, who's working on stopping AI. It's really funny. Think of the first system, he says, as an AI model that the company would normally run in a data center. The second system is the verifier. Its job is to sample snippets of data from the data center and rerun them on its own version of the model, thus confirming that the model is the one the data center operator claims it to be. This sounds expensive.
Why does it sound expensive?
Because you would have to rerun it on its own version of the model. So wouldn't you
this is kind of like speculative decoding. Like it's not that hard to do. It's just it takes like a small sample of these snippets and then reruns them.
Rerun them where?
On a chip. Like this is why you need hardware instead of software.
Yeah.
Like you just
When he performs it, the system works, at least on its own terms.
Yeah, the verifier performs some calculations on the outputs of the original AI model and spits out a high certainty score that this model is GPTOS, which is exactly correct. So limitations. There's several significant problems that point to the solution not being ready yet. For now, it only works with unencrypted data, which makes it unfeasible for the most sensitive workloads, which are routinely encrypted. I don't know how hard this would be to overcome. It doesn't sound terribly hard. A second limitation is that a system like this would require data centers to be retrofitted, including network tapping, which involves copying data from working chips onto other verification systems within the same building. Given the security required, that's access that no leading AI company is likely to be willing to grant, at least today. Okay, I mean, the idea is like this would come as part of some kind of binding legal or international agreement, so you won't need the AI companies to agree by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually fine. Emoto says it plans to open source all its work on AI verification. Total research transparency.
Awesome.
The AI 2040 people might say. Another limitation is that the verifier system requires computing power in order to run. That could substantially reduce the total capacity of any data center that hosts it. The system witnessed by time required computing power equal to between a third and a fifth of the AI model it was monitoring. No way.
That seems
ridiculous.
So who would bear the burden of this cost?
Emoto's engineers say they expect to find substantial further efficiency gains. Okay, maybe we do need more people working on AI verification so that you can run it with like 1,000th the compute of, inference in a data center.
It could possibly be made more cheap over time. But again, my question still stands of who would bear the cost of running the verification system?
It would probably be the companies. Like companies typically bear the cost of regulatory burdens.
Or would they have somebody else run it? Like, could you run it remote? Could you run the verification systems not in the data center that's being verified?
I don't know. That would require like certain kinds of data leaving the data center.
Yeah, I don't know.
There are many individual AI researchers, Milton says, who are paid more than the single-digit $1 million budget for his entire project. So this, scrappy little project is like the largest AI verification thing. This photo looks so cool. This looks so like 1998, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's like early tech founder, like...
These are the most advanced cameras
Bill Gates
available
in his garage.
in England.
Yeah. Most advanced technology in England.
Is it politically possible? The Institute for Progress recommended, we actually talked about this with the author on MTS, Tim Fist, preparing for AI research automation. Remember this one? Basically, their policy recommendations for pacing the frontier. IFP recommended in August that the US government collaborate with frontier AI labs, chip makers, and hyperscale data center builders, plus other governments, to accelerate the development of AI verification tools. It is a view shared by the authors of AI 2040. We talked about this too. And Anthropic recently announced it would devote resources to help build the systems that a credible slowdown or pause would require. Wow. These guys are really... Time here is really pilled. Who is writing this?
Yeah, this is a really good article. I'm also on Emoto's website right now.
The US government does not share the enthusiasm. So Michael Kratsios said in February, we totally reject global governance of AI. Global governance is, I think, like he's imagining some kind of like tyrannical NGO blob that has total control over the technology. I don't think that he's talking about some kind of international treaty. Like, obviously, there will be some, quote, global governance of AI because, like, for example, next month, Xi Jinping will be visiting the US and meeting with President Trump. And of course, they're going to be talking about AI policy.
Yes,
does that count as global governance?
Global governance, like, no model can press the yes nuke button.
Mm-hmm.
That would be global governance.
Yeah. In other words, neither great power is exactly clamoring to agree on an AI treaty. I think they will. I think they will, in time, make some agreements on AI policy.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, too, because it depends on what happens between now and the time that Xi Jinping visits the U.S.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah. In other words, neither great power is... Milton is unfazed by what appears for the moment to be the political unfeasibility of putting this tech to use. He expects that more powerful AI models will soon arrive with scarier capabilities. At that point, he expects both the US and Chinese governments will be sufficiently scared and might come to the table. Yeah. That possibility, he says, is likely enough that money should be spent on building the optionality for it. Yeah, so AI verification seems underrated.
It seems extremely
sure.
underrated.
And you got to figure out a way to do this that doesn't take a third of the energy of the data center. Like that's insane.
Yep.
So let's take a look at
Because then
Amodo.
that's not appealing to literally anyone unless it's mandated by law. They have a good website.
Amododesign.com. Totally clotted website, but that's okay.
Look at the
They're busy working on
about us. One way to think of Amodo is a business hypothesis testing engine. Okay.
Amodo R&D status. That's cool. Inference recomputation. Requires recomputation of parts of the workload to tell whether the provider is using their data center in line with approved workloads. I don't understand why you can't just sample like 1 out of every 1,000 tokens or something. Why does it need to require so much compute?
They don't even have Twitter.
Wow.
They only have LinkedIn.
Well, hopefully we'll blow them up on Twitter after this.
This is them, right?
What?
Amodo Design is them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Memory wipes, packet hashing. This is really cool. They have their entire technical research agenda on their website.
Yeah, they're committed to
and a whole blog.
Honestly, very impressed by this company.
They have a tech blog and a policy blog, so that's cool. So yeah, Amodo Design, definitely worth keeping an eye on.
Something to watch, guys. Something to watch.
Something to watch.
But it's really interesting that this was presented as the title of this article was "The People Building a Way to Slow Down the AI Race." It's a very provocative title.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could have been literally better posed as the people building AI verification. But interesting framing there.
Interesting. Andrew Karan has a related tweet about this. The White House has confirmed to Politico that the AI summit will take place on September 24th. She is likely to fly in on September 23rd and fly out on the 25th. So Andrew Karan says, pacing the frontier does not work without getting China on board. The PACE faction, which includes many leading figures, with the notable exceptions of Zuck and Elon, has 1 month to secure President Trump's support and put together a proposal that she might actually consider. Yeah, so I wonder, what is going on here? Which people are working on, who has written a concrete policy agenda for international cooperation of pacing the frontier that would be usable by both Trump and Xi?
No idea.
Yeah, crazy.
Many leading figures with the notable exceptions of Zuck and Elon. That's crazy.
It's kind of ironic because Elon 3 years ago signed the pause letter, which was much stronger of a demand than the pacing the frontier letter. The original FLI pause letter from 2023 just straight up said, we call on all AI labs to immediately pause for at least 6 months the training of AI systems more powerful than GPT-4.
I mean, of course he signed this.
I think at this
He's
point...
mad at OpenAI.
At this point, he had already founded XAI, though. They were already working
Yeah, but they weren't ahead of GPT-4.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, at this point, GPT-4 was the only good model.
Andrew Yang, friend of the show.
Andrew Yang, friend of the show. Yep. That's
Signed
our
this.
goat right there. That's crazy. They put him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th on the list. Yeah, wild. Anyway, Cursor is now competing directly with GitHub.
Yes.
This is so cool. I don't know if you've ever programmed between the years 2010 or 2015 and 2025 basically. GitHub is the only game in town, it seems.
A Git forge for the agentic era.
Yeah. You basically would not be able to do code hosting unless you use GitHub or unless you use some jank third-party thing and built your own Git platform or something.
Yeah.
So Cursor can now host your code directly on their website. Origin begins rolling out today in early beta. Oh, and remember, Cursor is owned by SpaceX.
Yeah, so you
I
can
wonder
host
who
your
would have
code on
predicted this.
SpaceX.
Who would have predicted in 2022 these like 4 MIT students are working on this startup that does CAD tooling with AI? Who would have predicted in 4 years SpaceX will acquire this little project for $60 billion?
I said that in 2010.
Yeah. Actually, if you go back to graduation and you listen to Kanye rapping, he says,
You play it
in
backwards.
2026, Cursor will be acquired by okay. The new Codebase tab is home for Origin repos. Click new. Okay, you can create a new repo, clone a repo, push local
Wait,
projects,
I'm interested.
host your code. You can bring your GitHub repos. That's so cool.
Oh, cool.
You can just take your GitHub
migrate them?
repos right from GitHub to Cursor. Every repo has pull requests, agents in every repo, app extensions for Cursor
Wait,
repos.
pause. Okay, so how is this more agent friendly than GitHub?
I don't know. It just says agent native features ship soon. I think they're planning on making it more.
I don't think GitHub is agent unfriendly at all.
Mm.
So I don't know what I'd be curious.
You might remember, by the way, the first ever agentic coding product was made by GitHub in 2020. It was GitHub Copilot. I think 2021. Yeah, it was GitHub Copilot in 2021. It was based on GPT-3. It was obviously not very good at the time, but it could do stuff like auto-completing lines and functions. And it was pretty impressive for the time. And GitHub totally blew this first mover advantage. Like, people talk about using Claude Code and using Codex and using Cursor. They never talk about using GitHub Copilot, even though Copilot was first. And GitHub in general has been struggling a lot in the last few years. Like, they don't have a lot of uptime. They're really going through some tough times at the moment. And so, Cursor and XAI are like really capable teams that I think would be able to replace.
If you have a review assigned on GitHub, you can also review and merge it from Cursor.
Oh, cool. So I think this.
Wait, so I feel like it's like cross-compatible then, to a large extent. Your codes, PRs, and agents are now in the same place. Ask Cursor questions about code you're browsing. It can answer, make changes, update PRs, or push a branch. Okay. And then it's integrated with Vercel. Nice.
Yep. All right. Well, that's our discourse for now.
Things are constantly happening.
Things are constantly happening. It's a really amazing time to be alive, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Nailan Samuel and Harris Mirzad, who both work at Cappy. And last week, they announced that Cappy is launching V2 of its cloud development environment, where teams can assign work to multiple coding agents, let them build and test in isolated virtual machines, and review the resulting changes through the tools they already use. So, Nailan, Harris, welcome to MTS.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Excited to have you guys. Yeah, excited to have you guys. Let's start with you, since I know you are one of the co-founders of Cappy. What was actually announced last week with the V2 announcement?
So V2 is basically a ground-up rebuild of Cappy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And where it came from is we launched Cappy V1 about 3 months ago. It was built with our own assumptions in mind. Since then, we worked with a bunch of the actual top engineering teams in SF, and we discovered what people actually want from cloud coding agents. And so we had a list of all these things, this needs to be good, this needs to be really good. And so we thought, what's the best way to put it into the product? Do we just put it piece by piece? And we're like, no, we have agents today. We can do this super fast with something like Cappy. Let's just rebuild the whole thing.
Yep. And what exactly are the changes that happen in V2 that differentiate from a V1?
Yeah, for sure. So we moved VMs in-house entirely. We were on an external provider before, and we saw a bunch of issues with that. Similar to how GitHub's been down today, we just didn't want to rely on that being down over and over and over again. And with moving in-house, we saw our VMs became 10 times faster and also 4 times cheaper. We also worked a lot of the agent experience and a lot of the optimizations we could find to make sure the agent experience feels as fast as possible. So you get your times first token to be under 1 or 2 seconds. And then now with our VMs, we're able to snapshot and restore entire repositories in under 2 seconds.
Really cool. You guys are both a YC company, and what's pretty easy, if you look back at Cursor's YC, they started off as some email companion, and then they pivoted into the world of coding agents. What do you think is the biggest problem when it comes to coding agents, and why is this an interesting place to start a company around?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I would say the biggest problem, you could point to a number of things, kind of the infrastructure that blocks you from, just spawning a number of coding agents at once. But I think the bigger problem that we're looking at today is around the UX and UI of coding agents, right? So we go to someone who's currently running 3 to 4 agents on their local machine using something like Claude Code. And we tell them you should be running 10 to 15 agents on Cappy. Now that needs to be accompanied by, the appropriate UX and UI that allows them to keep all of that in mind and wrangle it efficiently.
Interesting. Speaking about the UI UX of agent harnesses, I have this tweet pulled up here. Let's see if I can get it shared on the screen. All right, by Patrick Collison from Stripe. And he goes, I love agentic coding harnesses, but they shouldn't be primarily terminal based. The terminal is great for quick and precise commands, but information density is extremely low and UI affordances are minimal. What is your take on this tweet?
We saw this yesterday, and we kind of realized that he's talking specifically about what we're building. We're building Cappy to be a web-based agent platform to where you could start, an agent from Slack, from Linear, from Sentry, or from your phone or wherever you use your agents. We've seen in the past 40, 50, 60 years that we started with text editors in our terminals, Vim, NeoVim, et cetera, and we moved to VS Code, to Cursor, and now we're going back to the terminal. And I think we're going to go back to more of a desktop IDE environment to where all of your agents are living in one centralized place rather than in your terminal and kind of scattered everywhere.
Yeah. Have you guys used Grokbot at all?
Not yet.
Okay, because I know the Cursor team came, last week, and they're showing that, but it's similar to what you talk about around having a desktop. I know one of the big things that YC emphasizes as well is to get out there and talk to users and really identify what are the main customer pain points. When you guys actually did that, what were the main customer pain points that you felt?
It's very interesting. So today you go to the average engineering team, you talk to them about how are you using AI. It's, they're on Claude Code, they're on Codex, they're, they're using the CLI based agents. And then we ask them how many tasks are you guys able to get done in parallel or at once, right? Because when you're using these agents, it's a lot of you prompt them and you wait for them to do stuff. So from first principles, you should be, in order to maximize your throughput, wrangling a lot of them at once, but they're not wrangling a lot of them at once. And then we ask them, why is that? It's just that the terminal interface is kind of unwieldy for it. The UX and UI of it hasn't really been thought through super appropriately. And there's other things that block you from just being able to put them on the cloud, right? So you have a MacBook, right? It has some amount of resources on it. You're able to run some number of copies of your code base on it, right? If you're a big team with a really, really complicated code base, that's usually like 1 or 2. You can't run like more than that dev servers on it. And so like from first principle, you should be putting this on the cloud in VMs. What stops you from putting it on the cloud in VMs? Turns out the infra part of it is really, really unsolved still. It's really hard to take the code base like of a serious engineering team with a really big repo and put it in the cloud and make it testable and executable for agents. So that's also been a huge part of our day-to-day kind of like work.
Yeah. Would love to get your perspective on this as well. Are there other big customer pain points that you guys discovered during this user discovery process?
Yeah, for sure. We saw like everyone is using these terminal tools now, and they're isolated and siloed with their context. They have just their one thread locally, and if they want to pass that off to a team member, that's an entire hassle. So we realized like we need a multiplayer platform. We need somewhere where you could click into a thread and there's all the prompts, there's an entire chat, there's traces and everything. Not something where, hey, here's my Cloud Code thread or here's some screenshots or something like that. And we also saw, like Nolan said, resources are very, very limited nowadays. RAM is getting more expensive, et cetera, et cetera. It's becoming more and more hard to buy more MacBooks, buy more Mac Minis and run remote environments. So we think that like going forward, things are moving to the cloud and that's where we want to be.
Totally. It's interesting because before being a host here for MTS, I was actually working in developer relations. And this is one of the places that we really felt the change in how people code so viscerally. I started off literally coding and sharing my GitHub was great because you could see the exact code I did, the exact code I implemented. You can copy and paste it and implement that there. And then afterwards, it just became sharing my prompts. I would prompt something and then I would talk about what I prompted, what I did, and people would ask, can you just send me your prompt? Can you send me your prompt? And that works for the first prompt, and that was fine. And I would often send the first prompt, but then people would be like, what did you do after? What did you say? And so I would have like a README next to it. And every time I'd prompt, I would have to remember, okay, let's copy and paste that into the README and make sure, but it's very different because sometimes it's not a deterministic system. It's going to change. I that was just my experience. So how does that actually change now if you can use Cappy?
I mean, we saw a lot of the same. We saw people, getting different results from the same prompts. We saw people trying to trace back, like, we have this final output. We don't know what the input was. And it's kind of hard to understand what the goal of that output was without the prompts that was given. So it's Cappy, you just click into the thread and it's, hey, here's Nolan talking about this task. And then I go in and I want to take it over. And I just scroll up and read what's going on. And then I can continue it with no problem.
Yeah, definitely. One of the other areas I wanted to get your opinions on as well, especially when it comes to agentic coding assistance, is there are many different models that you can use. And one of my pain points, especially coding, is I would have it on Fable 5 because it's the best. And then I'll say, actually change this div block or some small UX thing. And then my credits are all gone. It's like, well, I don't really want to be using the top models for smaller things. Cursor did a great job. OpenRouter does a great job as well at deciding when to route to different areas. Is that something that you guys focus on as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been really interesting for us because it is something that we've seen from a lot of our customers. It's so token discipline and token efficiency has become a big thing recently, right? Like you want to know like what ROI you're getting from all this money you're spending on AI coding. And there's kind of like two parts to it, right? Number one is I have a task and I want to figure out how to get it done most efficiently, right? That means like I want to get it done in the cheapest way possible and in the fastest way possible. And that comes from being able to automatically like, mix and match models. That comes from stuff like smart routing. And there's also another part, which is really, really good spend controls across the app. But, like focusing on the routing part specifically, something that's been interesting for us is that a lot of enterprise customers have actually started asking for, like, we have this huge code base. We've used a lot of AI models like across this code base. We know what kind work and what kind don't. Like, so can you guys help us figure out like what models are best for what tasks specifically for our code base? Like, I don't want public benchmarks. I want to know it for our code base. So that's something that we've been doing with a bunch of customers recently, but that's certainly a growing trend. Yeah.
What's the hardest thing about smart routing?
The hardest thing about smart routing?
Building smart routing specifically.
Keeping it updated is like part of one kind of like hard thing is that, every couple of days, every couple of weeks, there's a new model that comes out. Your router needs to be updated. It's, like all the models are so spiky and like what they're good at and what they're not good at that like you need to be continuously updating your router for that.
Yeah. One of the reasons I'm particularly excited about routing is because it gives access to using open models that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise used. Before actually implementing routing into my daily coding workflow, I would just stick to one model and kind of use it, and then I run out of credits and it's annoying, and then I switched to another model. But it just was a very inefficient way of doing this. And it was fine because it's my personal projects. But imagine I'm a company. I want to be as token efficient as possible. I want to be optimize everything as much as possible. You can't really do that. And so I would love to just like learn maybe if you have some specific experiences of your customers, how they're actually interacting with your platform and how that has changed their coding experiences.
Yeah, for sure. So stay on top of routing. We built an internal like model router to test out recently. And I usually use like 5.6 SOL high fast for all of my tasks, even if they're like the smallest little thing. And with the router, we saw that, hey, it's fine just using GLM 5.2 or like, Kimi, instead of having to use a super 4 billion token model. And then also with like Cappy, we've seen a lot of users come in and use way more like parallelized tasks than before because it's all in the cloud. They don't have to, wait and manage the resources and use, a bad UI UX. They're using tabs across Cappy. They're using, screenshots. They're using VMs, et cetera. With our Cappy VMs, we're able to like have the agent go and take screenshots and screen recordings and these things and be able to have the user not really even have to open the app to test it because the app has been tested by the agent for them with screenshots, with CI/CD, with iterations through loops, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm curious too. You guys are working on the application layer in this whole AI race, and specifically for companies who are doing routing, where you can use a bunch of different models, but you have an ability to route, and you guys make that call about what gets routed, when and where, and how come. Curious what you actually think is the moat for the model layer. Where can they stay competitive?
That's interesting. I would say the clearest one that I can see being a path in the future is to on purpose make models really good at spiky things. For example, if I'm a model provider and I know for a fact that I can make a model that's really, really good at front end specifically. Like currently we know that models get really good if you just make them really good general purpose learners, right? But then people also have preferences about I like using Fable for front end, right? So if you kind of lean into that, I would say at the model layer, that can be something of a moat. If you know for a fact your model is really good at one particular type of tasks, you lean into it, I think that becomes a strength.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion there?
I agree. I think the model layers, everyone's making the same models, everyone's distilling each other. Like we're getting the same models in the end of the day. What's gonna kind of show these apart is the capabilities of them. Some will be trained for, say, front end, some will be trained for back end, some will be trained for DNA, et cetera, et cetera. So you won't get the same results from every model. And I think that the labs are going to start, fine-tuning all of these models that they have for very, very specific use cases. And maybe we'll see a GPT front end soon enough instead of, GPT 5.7.
Yeah. How much of this is customer specific versus general specific? So do you have, okay, in general, this model works best for front end, this model works best for voice, this model works best for debugging code bases of a certain size, or is it very customer specific and you have to design routing that's individual to the customer?
It is certainly very customer specific too in a lot of cases, because that's kind of why these customers have been asking for I wouldn't have concrete numbers about what models are best for my code base, right? Take my code base, turn it into an eval, and tell me what models are best, the most, cost efficient for particular different tasks. So I would say, yeah, it definitely changes customer to customer.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting. Sure. Is that what you noticed as well?
Yeah, I mean, every single company has different setups. Yeah. So every model is going to, interact with them a little bit differently. The models are genuinely good at certain tasks, but one model is for sure going to be better at one repo than another. So that's why we're seeing, all these companies come to us to be like, hey, we want to, train a smart router for our repo.
Wow. I actually did not know that. For some reason, I just thought you're going to have one big router provider who is just the best at routing and everyone gets the same routing no matter what task. That's cool. You almost have routing as a service, the new RAS provider, routing as a service that you do. That's pretty interesting. Wanted to get just your opinions on the space as a whole. Specifically, what right now does the mainstream public think is overhyped? And maybe on the other end, what is underhyped? I would love to get your guys' opinions and feel free to start, whichever of you has a thought first.
I have to think of one. That's a good question. Like, what does the public think is overhyped, or what do we think is overhyped?
You.
Okay.
What do you think the public has wrong? Like you guys think is overhyped?
I think the public isn't hyping up enough cloud agents because everyone around SF, I see them holding their MacBooks open with the littlest bit of space for the screen to be on. And I just send a message on my phone to Cappy and I walk to work and it's done. And I don't have to worry about it at all. And no one is starting. I think we're slowly getting there, but like it's still in the state of, hey, I'm using Cloud Code locally, or hey, I'm using this tool locally instead of using something that's in the cloud and always running. What about you?
Yeah, my answer to this is going to be very, very specific to AI software engineering. Is like one thing that I think is underhyped is still very aggressively taking control of your repo and your AI coding workflows if you want to end up with good code, right? So like that's one thing that's kind of a lived experience for us, like building out like V2, is that, you know, if you're building something out like from scratch, and you know for a fact that you have this huge capacity for like, you know, you can have a lot of agents running in parallel doing a lot of work for you, then the best place for you as a developer to be spending a lot of time is speccing things out, like really aggressively. Because the alternative is, you know, you go to one of the models, you say, hey, build me a plan. It builds you a plan, and you just start executing the plan. And then what you don't expect is that somewhere, you know, the plan is underspecified. The plan had some bad decisions that you could have easily caught if you'd just taken the time to read through it with your team. And then you're stuck babysitting the model. You're stuck wasting your time babysitting each individual agent.
Yeah, for
Instead, if you invest a lot of time in just the speccing phase of it, then you can simply hand it off to the models. Each of them can execute a lot of things in parallel. And then you end up with a really, really nice code base at the end of it.
Wow. Yeah, Harris, you brought up an important point around the cloud agents and how I'm the perfect example of the person who has it all on my MacBook, and then I want to go to work and I have to spin up a new agent on my way to work who is not connected to my cowork that's locally on my laptop, and it's just this whole pain in the butt. Why haven't cloud agents taken off more? It seems like such an obvious use case.
I think that they're starting to get hyped up, but it's just like cloud agents are a little bit more expensive and they're a bit more of a pain to set up. With a local tool, I'm just able to press a button and it's, you know, going. But with cloud agents, I have to set up my repository for this VM. I have to make sure it's compatible. I have to do all these different things to get it up and running, even for the first step. With Cappy, we see, you know, users usually have to take the first 30 minutes to just set up the repo, and then once they're done, they could use it however much they want. I think that we're slowly figuring out paradigms that allow this to change. Like we're building a desktop app soon, and we're making it so you could just import your sessions from Codex to Cloud Code and continue them in the cloud without having to, you know, change anything about them. I think that's going to be kind of where things are headed, where people are still going to use local tools. People are still going to want to use the preferred tools, but they're going to start using other tools to, you know, push things to the cloud over time.
Yeah. So just to understand more crystal clearly, you alluded to a lot of it during our conversation today, but how does what you're building change everyday consumer behavior? And it can be any type, like I'm assuming probably just coding consumers or engineering consumers, but just want to get your opinion here.
Yeah, totally. It changes it by taking it off of your laptop and moving it into the cloud, right? As Harris said, like you no longer have to walk around with your laptop in your hand like half a jar. You can just like code from your phone. Coding from your phone is going to become huge, I think. Like I actually do most of my coding from Slack these days.
Same.
Which is crazy because like if you told me that like 1 year ago, you know, if you told me 1 year ago, you're going to be coding for the most part through Slack, I'd be like, get out of here. That's crazy. That makes no sense. But that's the truth today. So I think that trend is going to continue a lot. Yeah.
Oftentimes when I'm walking around SF, I just have Cappy open and I'm just sending a voice message and it gets back to me. Or I'm in Slack and, you know, just having a conversation with Nolan and the rest of the team about a bug we found or, you know, something we want to build. And all we do is, hey, Cappy, go investigate this and go plan it out, you know, or start implementing it. And we come back like 15 minutes later and it's completely done. And that was just something I would have never thought would be possible 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I remember when OpenClaw came out and I started coding from my Telegram agents and I would text in Telegram and talk to my OpenClaw. I would go to my GitHub repo. I was like, this is great. But it just wasn't an actual nice UI to get other people to use. And then it broke and then I stopped using it because now I code less since I'm not a software engineer anymore, kind of as my day job. But one last question I had for both of you guys. I know because you come from the YC ecosystem and you're around a lot of other startups, as well as being here in San Francisco, you're probably privy to a lot of problems. What do you think is a problem that's not getting enough attention today? If there was some young new founder coming to you all asking for advice saying, hey, I have all this time and energy, what problem should I work on? What advice would you share with them?
I feel like my answer would be very biased because I work in growth and I see all the problems with GTM and growth and all these different things. Have always wanted a platform that handles every single side of the GTM stack, whether that's email, SMS, sales, CRM, et cetera, et cetera. There's all these tools that they're disjointed. They don't take each piece and think about it properly. Like I'd say I want the post hog for GTM. I want something that has every single tool I need, but they work really well together, and it gives me as much flexibility and customization as I want. There's nothing like that nowadays, and it's something I've always wanted and thought about building myself.
Oh, huge. I feel you now as I've transitioned to do more of a growth role. Definitely.
I would say mine is going to be a slightly more, I don't know, kind of boring kind of answer. I don't think anyone has done the company brain thing well yet. There's so many companies we see like working on it day after day, but like that kind of thing done super, super well would be huge, especially as someone, my co-founder and I have like had to do a lot of things kind of like along this path of like building a company. And I would say that's something that a lot of these other like founders have to do. And the proposition of the company brain kind of would help a lot of those things out. But it's just we're waiting for a really, really good implementation of it, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Nolan, Harris, really wanted to thank you guys for joining us today on MTS and coming in person, sharing about Cappy V2, but also just hearing your opinions on the wider space of agentic coding, the future of routing, and also what people should be working on. So really wanted to thank you for coming.
Thank you for
on
having
MTS
us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with MTS. We're back. We are back.
We are back.
Our new segment title is called Sophia's Sponsoring the Situation by the Seashore.
By the seashore.
So say that tongue twister 10 times fast and you win.
Exactly. Okay, MTS is brought to you by Lovable. Turn ideas into software people love with Lovable. Start today at lovable.dev.
Big thank you to Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. Arena.ai.
Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Thank you to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at every level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
And Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
Thank you to AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
Those are our sponsors. Thank you for sponsoring the situation. And we will be back tomorrow.